H Gappy to have you back. And OFC all the best chatters in the world. I hope you're all well. Carrot. Months. Welcome back. Hope you had a great trip. Can't wait to play Kirby with you. Peter, great to have you back. Aurora Greater 9 love.
Hello. Welcome in, everybody. How are you all doing? I checked the date of the last stream, and apparently it has been exactly 2 months since we've seen each other. My last stream was on October 5th, and here I am back December 5th. Like, what the heck? I cannot believe it's been this long, and I'm super ready to start hanging out with everybody again. Let me go up and see how y'all are doing. I can see there's already so much love. You guys are too kind. Chippy, welcome in. Yuki's here. Hello, hello. Chippy even missed the bot. Aw. How sweet, Chippy. How sweet. And Light sub. Thank you so much, Light. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Oh my goodness. So thank you to everybody. Light, pretty tired, long day. Oh, sorry to hear that. Hopefully we can give you a nice cozy space to just hang out and relax. Sir Whale, welcome in. Definitely first, yep. Good job, friend, good job. Good to see you, though. I hope everything's been good, even if you played some not so great games recently. Kate, hello, hello. 7 months, welcome back. Hope you had a great trip. Can't wait to play Kirby with you. Me too, Kate. Thank you for the resub. I really appreciate you. Oh, C4. Oh gosh, how many is this now?
Howdy, 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 howdy.
God, it never ends. C4.
Howdy,
Oh my God.
howdy, 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 howdy.
This can't be right.
Howdy. That's one howdy. For every month I've been subscribed.
Oh my gosh. C4. It says 32. Is that correct? Or I don't even know. Maybe I need to scroll down and double check, but at least from what I can see, it says 32. That's insane. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you again to Light. Thank you to Kate. Chibi, I think you resubbed as well. Oh my gosh, just everybody's being too sweet. I really appreciate you all. Sir Will not crashing through the roof. Good point, Chibi, good point. What the heck? Maybe our roof will finally survive another day. Yeah, survives today, but that's it. That's all we get. Oh man. Yuki, are you doing all right? It's really good to see ya. I know we've been like hanging out in the Discord once in a while, but it's always different chatting here, and I'm so happy to be back. Yeah, Kate and I are thinking of playing Kirby sometime, Chibi. Sometime soon. Like, I think it's what I'm gonna do as, like, the game returning back, maybe? I think that's what Kate and I are hoping to do. I think we need to, like, double check our schedules and stuff now that the holidays are coming up, but as far as I know, I think it's gonna work out. So yeah, hopefully we have that happening soon. Because one of the Kirby games that's on Game Boy Advance came to Switch, and it's supporting online play. So I played that game. I'm pretty sure it's the one I played locally, like with my brothers as a kid. So I think it'll be cool to play that with Kate over the internet. That'll be really awesome. Haven't had one for about 7 months. Hype Train. Oh, Hype Train. Oh, you guys. Thank you. There's Chibi sub. Great to have you back. Oh, thanks, Chibi. North is here. Welcome in, North. Just testing since it's been so long. Did Peril work? I did step away from the computer for a minute. I don't know if anybody has tried any of the sound redeems either that are like the Kirby Hello and stuff like that. Hopefully it's all still working. I don't know. I was super paranoid that I forgot something with the stream setup today. I was like, I think I remembered everything. Oh, Bugs, welcome in. How are you?
I'm also here. Welcome back.
Oh, thank you so much, Bugs. I really appreciate that. That says 17 months. Holy moly, you guys. I just can't believe it. Y'all are too awesome, and I appreciate you so, so much. Yuki, is your stream avatar invisible? Yes? Is it also frozen? That's really weird. Did you try? Oh! There you are. I pulled you out of the ether. What the heck? That was so weird. It's like you got hidden behind something invisible. I don't know. All right. That fixed it at least. Sorry about that, Yuki. What one are we gonna play? Amazing Mirror. Which one was it, Kate? I actually don't remember. I think it was one that I played as a kid, so maybe it was Amazing Mirror. Yeah, okay, because I did Nightmare in Dreamland already on stream, and the only other one I played as a kid is Amazing Mirror, so I guess that kind of narrowed it down. North got a D&D session to go to. Just wanted to pop in quick and wish you all a happy stream. Aw, thank you, North. I guess I've probably missed you now, but I don't know. Somebody can pass it on to you. We'll tell you later. That it was really nice of you to come in, and I hope you enjoy D&D. Sir Whale, it's been like a billion days in whale years. I'm so sorry. I know. I was not expecting the break to be this long. Like, I did think, okay, maybe I'll need some adjusting time after getting back from the trip before coming into streaming. But that's not really what happened. Like, I got 0 adjustment time when I got back home and instead just had everything slammed on my plate. Like, oh my God, it has been a hectic, like 3 weeks since I've been back or something? And oh my God, it has been nonstop. I wanted to focus more on like not as stressful things today, I guess. So I want to talk about the trip and everything. But if anybody does want to hear about all the disastrous things that have happened since I got home and have me rant about that, I'm also happy to do that. Like maybe on another stream or something, I don't know. Did I make a PowerPoint? Yes, I did. It was put together over, I don't know, not that long, maybe a couple hours, only that long because there's so many pictures in here. I'm not trying to bore you guys to death, like forcing you to look at my vacation photos. This is like, if y'all are interested, we're gonna go through, if you have any questions about anything, we'll go through, like answer those. If I look at a picture and it like sparks a memory of a funny story, I'll probably tell that. But if it is just really boring and I'm like holding you guys hostage, forcing you to stare at my vacation photos, we can definitely move on from it. But Fran and I had a ton of fun on our trip, and Fran's here, by the way, everybody. There's not a pudding in the corner for no reason. Fran, do you want to say hello?
I didn't know that I was here.
Yeah, already. You're here. Yeah.
Oh, hi.
So Fran's gonna help tell some stories and correct me whenever I'm wrong, because I have such a hard time remembering where the heck we were a lot of the time, or like with the names of the different places. I just have such a hard time. So yeah, Fran's gonna be here to make sure that the story actually makes sense and keep me honest and whatnot. Plus it was his trip too. Fran made it tons of fun. Would not have been the same without him, so had to do all the storytelling with him. Can't hang around too long, Kate. Dinner time, and then you must decorate. Are you doing some Christmas decorating, Kate? That's really exciting. I hope you have fun and enjoy your dinner. Oh, and Chibi's doing all the shout outs. Thank you so much, Chibi. Jumping right back into it. Oh man, I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Had the tab open to jump in when you went live. Didn't refresh. You did a whale veil. No, you were close. Like you were there at the beginning of the stream, and nobody else said first, so you were the first one to say first. So you can have that, Sir Whale. Oh man, you're invisible. I fixed it, Yuki. We good now. I know I'm like reading back in the past. Let's see. Bugs' entrance. Okay, I'm getting there. Fran Light says hi.
Hello. I'm looking at chat from time to time.
Oh, okay. Well. Can you adjust your sensitivity in Discord? Because I think you might be getting cut off a little bit, like at the end of your sentences.
Like I'm too loud or too quiet?
Like it gets cut off because you get too quiet at the end of a sentence.
I can raise my sensitivity. How about there?
Okay. That sounds a little loud. I'll
bring it down.
Well, I can adjust it. No. Leave it, and then I can adjust your audio on my end.
I'm just too powerful.
Okay, I think that should be good. I also want to move chat slightly.
I missed you too, Chibi. I missed you too.
Okay, chat does... I want to put it a little higher, I think. Okay, and there we are. All right, let me keep catching up with y'all so I don't get too far behind. Right as I say that, I read Light doing the behind command. Thank you. Chibi started Steven Universe while you were gone. Cute show so far. I've heard really good things about Steven Universe. It's probably one that I'd want to check out eventually, but Fran and I both have to finish Owl House first. We haven't watched the last season of that. So definitely. Bugs, that's why I usually take some extra days off after vacation. Yeah, I think that also would have been nice to do if when I got home everything was fine. But when I got home everything was not fine. So I don't know. I think it was okay with how things went, but it was a lot all at once. Oh man. Leaflet, welcome in. Hello. How are you? Everybody's asking me to rant. Okay, we'll get to the rants. I don't know if it will be today. It depends on how long we spend on the pictures, I guess. So if there's a lot of interest, then and that takes longer, we'll just have that be the goal for today. If there's extra time, boy oh boy, can I rant about things. You want to hear about all the Japan things? Oh, okay. I did pull out 500 photos. It sounds ridiculous. We took, what was it, like close to 3,000 photos or something? So choosing only 500 was difficult for this. But even so, like, it's still a lot. Definitely still a lot. Play Mario RPG. Definitely it's on the list, Chibi. I'm super excited to play that one. Super Mario RPG, right? That's the one that they're remaking? Yes, absolutely gonna be doing that. Or Link to the Past. That one's also on my list. I can't get through them fast enough. We're excited for so many games. Kate's lurking for food. Enjoy your lurk, Kate. Enjoy dinner. Thank you so much for being here and hanging out with us while you can. Just have the ornaments left for your tiny tree and some wrapping to do. How fun. If you want to share pictures of any decorating afterwards, feel free to do so. Miss you so much. Oh, I missed y'all too, Yuki. I hope that everybody had a good 2 months. Like, I want to know what all you guys have been up to as well. Obviously, like, we were away, and when I came back, it was like just so much work, so much work. So I literally have done nothing else besides work since getting back. That part is all really boring. You want a super boring 12-hour stream of talking about stuff nobody will remember. Tell us all about how the grass looked. Oh my god. We'll try to give you as many details as I can, although honestly, did we see a lot of grass, Fran? I don't even know if we saw a lot of grass on the trip.
I mean, we went to a lot of parks, so yeah.
I guess
did
so.
See a lot of grass.
I can think of some grass at some parks. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, there were some parks that had like very nicely manicured lawns, and we were impressed by it because it was fall and they had gotten all the leaves off of the grass, and we're like, whoa, what the heck? Why are there no leaves anywhere? I do remember Fran saying that.
Well, I said that as a joke because you mentioned something and I misunderstood what you said. I
think I was saying how there were no weeds.
And I thought you had said there was no leaves, and I was like, wow, yes,
but there were no leaves either. It was
very,
Sir Whale, speaking of rage, Light, you'll be so mad about your posture right now. Are you shrimping, Sir Whale? Sit up, everybody sit up. I'm thinking about it too. Got a posture check from Light. Thank you, Light. I definitely am gonna enjoy getting back into the habit of all the hydrates and posture checks. To be usually super tired when you get back from vacation, need some rest. Yeah, I think that with the strategy I had of like trying to time when I slept on the plane and stuff, the time change honestly wasn't the worst. I could definitely feel it for a while after I got back, but I kind of enjoyed waking up at 5 a.m. It felt like I could be super productive even before work started, and then falling asleep at like 8 or 9 p.m. was also fine because I was so busy with work. I wasn't doing anything in the evening, so it was like, yeah, fall asleep early, wake up early, and that was okay for a few weeks, so. Can't wait to get my gifts. I know you were finding Pokemon for me. That was so sweet of you, Yuki. I cannot wait. Yeah, I can't believe you did that. It's really kind. Week-long stream, let's go. Oh my god. Everybody still asks for 24 hours and I cannot even provide that. Like, a week long? That is never gonna happen. Can't talk about when you've been up to personally. However, you're doing better slowly and in recovery. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Light. Yeah, and we'll be here for you to support and everything like that. Glad that you're doing better. Really good to hear that. Sir Will, you spent the last 2 months having Light yell at you about your posture. I mean, if you need the help, you need the help. Somebody's gotta be there to remind you. Thank you for doing that, Light. 8 p.m. so early. Well, when you wake up at 5, it doesn't feel that early. And when you're coming home to a 14-hour time difference, it also doesn't feel that early. 72-hour stream and new. Fran Light says, how are you feeling? What food did you eat? What were your faves? We're definitely going to get to all that. But if you want to answer how you're feeling, Fran.
I'm feeling great. Like, how am I feeling now? I think so. I just ate.
In general, I don't know. How'd you feel after getting back from the trip? Did jet lag hit you?
No, not really. I worked the next day. I got straight into work. It's snowing here. Like, we had our first snowfall, so that's exciting.
Definitely December.
Sorry for not being more interesting, I guess.
Fran's just like, I'm boring. I mean, it's been the same with me. It's just been so much work. Like, all my waking hours are work. Yuki, you were in a shiny hunting mood and was on a roll because you kept catching them really easily. Aw, thank you. I'm looking forward to, I think you said Swinub and maybe there's a second one, maybe? But yeah, Swinub looks like a little watermelon in the shiny version, so I'm super excited for that. I don't know if you missed it. Told you could get the last season of Owl House for free on YouTube. Oh, I did miss that. On Disney themselves. Wait, so Disney has a YouTube channel and Owl House is just on there the last season? What? I didn't realize that. Okay. Then, Fran, we have no excuses. Not that we had excuses before, but like we definitely got to do it. Who's my favorite character? I mean, definitely the owl lady. She's the best. I don't know. And I love the voice actors too. Kitty Fly and Swinub. Aw, thank you so much, Yuki. We will get to this. And I did post about it in the Discord as well during the trip. But Fran and I went to so many Poke Centers and just struck out hard on anything Cutie Fly. So
we found one. And you said no, that you hated Cutie Fly now. And
that is not what happened.
I was very disappointed.
There was a little pouch zipper bag that had the theme of different like ice Pokemon, right? And or like, yeah, it was all ice Pokemon.
I think it was just a color theme. It was like light colored Pokemon.
Yeah, but light colored usually means white. So then all of them were like ice type Pokemon. And then Cutie Fly was like randomly on there. Okay, it was not good. Plus we had bought like 50 zipper pouches already and we did not need another one. Valar, hello, welcome in. Very good to see you again. It's so good to see you too. How have you been? First time back in 2 freaking months. So yeah, definitely we were due to hang out again. Light says that Sir Whale's gonna get used to adjusting his posture. Only hurts because you've sat like a shrimp for so long. The more you practice, the better you'll feel sitting upright. This is true. All about resting your body. Soon you'll feel worse slouching. I don't know if I've ever felt like that in my life, so obviously I still need more practice. The entire Long End season is free on YouTube by Disney. Wow, send me the link. Yes, please. If you want to put it in must watch, I think that could work. Light, you could put the link there. That way everybody can check it out too. Wish you could have gone. I wish so many people could have been there. It would have been fun. We actually did run into quite a few friends while we were there though.
Yeah.
Well, okay, some friends from Japan that we knew we were going to hang out with, but then I was over there for some work things and somebody that I previously used to work with happened to like be there in those same meetings. So that was really awesome to get to see her. But I mean, we work in the same field, so like kind of makes sense. And then one of our other friends from the West Coast also just happened to be taking a trip to Japan, like within the same time window. And so we got to see him too. So it was just like, that was really awesome. Poke Center, did I get you a copy of Pokemon Box? Do they sell those at the Poke Center? No, I didn't. What? I thought that was old. I might be misinformed. I don't know. Aurora hating Cutie Flies like you, not liking Tinkaton. Not possible. Exactly. You'd go bankrupt in Japan like a casino. Okay, I was about to say the one good thing. It was not the one good thing. One of many good things about traveling to Japan, especially like right now, is that well, I was about to say the yen is really low, but really like the US dollar is really high. Like, I guess this is the case if you're traveling to a lot of countries outside the US. Like, their currency value is just low compared to the dollar. So like every time Fran and I would go like shopping or whatever and kind of buy a lot of stuff, we would kind of think, oh shoot, we probably spent too much today. Like, look at how much stuff we got. And then we'd go back afterwards and check like all our purchases and the credit cards and stuff. And we were like, oh, actually, this was fine. We didn't spend that much at all because like it's just really cheap. Everything's really cheap right now, so that was kind of awesome. Balor, I've been very ill over the last month or so. Oh, first it was a fungal infection that led to a chest-lung infection. Holy cow! Fungal infection that led to a chest/lung infection? How the heck? I'm really sorry to hear that, Valor. Are you doing any better now? Have they, like, I hope that things are more under control and that you're on the mend. Oh man. Yeah, really, really hope that things are getting better and that you've got tons of support and good care, Valar. We'll be thinking about you. Leaflet, done with your game. Here now properly. Oh, hi, Leaflet. Leaflet says hi to you as well, Fran.
Hi.
You're all lovely. So great to see you again. Oh, thank you. It's really good to see you too. And Leaflet, you'll love this. Fran and I actually got to do a pre-release when we were in Japan, so we'll talk about that a little bit too. I think I only have one picture from it, sadly, but we were not expecting to be able to do that, and then we ended up going to a store that let us play with English cards, so yeah, it worked out. Bugs Lurk doing a Sudoku advent calendar this year. Oh, so Sudoku time. Ooh, good luck with that, Bugs. That sounds right up your alley. And I didn't even know those existed, so that's pretty cool. They used to sell them back in 2006. Okay, see, that's what I thought. It's old. You can't get Pokemon Box now. I'm sorry, Sir Whale. I'm sorry. I did buy a couple games in Japan. They're all Game Boy Color games. I actually have them right here, so I'll tell you about them. I don't think do we? Well, we'll go through the pictures and see if it comes up, and if not, then they're right in front of me, and I'll remember to tell you guys about them. Keeping on top of that for sure, like yeah. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. Put you on doxycycline, if I say it, which has had to be changed due to the vomiting. Oh no. Otherwise, you're okay. Oh, Valar. I hope they've got you on something else though that actually works for you. That sucks, man. Ugh. We're all rooting for you. Oh, I hope you feel better soon. It's proven that slouching for too long can actually cause your general posture even while walking. Wait, can cause your general posture even while walking to seem sluggish and leant over slightly. If that makes any sense? Yeah. Believe there was a study on it, but you don't remember where from. Oh, kind of scary. Any presents for you? I want to go through and show everybody some of the things that we got. I know that you'll be super excited for some of the plushies and things. I shared some of them on the Discord, but I don't think I shared every single plushie that we got. So yeah, those are some things that I wanted to show you. And Fran got quite a few figures. Well, he wanted more. I feel like he got quite a few. I got a couple, and I don't think I sent any pictures of those. So I do think it'll be fun sometime to maybe like on a Discord call, like show everybody all those kinds of things. But yeah, I know there'll be some stuff that you'll be excited about, Yuki. Doku is cute. It's only 4x4 on Monday through Thursday, and then they get tougher like on the weekends. You have to collect it tomorrow, but you'll pull through. Can't get rid of you that easily. Yeah, go Valar. Okay, so you're getting new, better medicine tomorrow. That's good. I'm glad for that. Did you try the candy I got one time? Brown sugar hard candy and the black packets with the red writing. No, I don't think we ever saw that, Light. Oh, that's too bad. We did get a lot of snacks. That's another thing that I want to show you guys. I haven't hardly had any of the snacks since getting back because Fran has been like away over at his job, and so when he comes back, I want to break into everything together. So the only snacks that I've had are these little gummy packs because I brought home like 10 packs of them. I think I've got like 4 left or something. But yeah, all the snacks are still waiting. Simply start a stream again, Fran, and show them all off.
Show them all off?
Show, I don't know. Are you talking about magic cards leaflet? What did you say you had, Fran?
What?
I don't know. Leaflet says show Fran show and then start streaming again and show them off. I don't know.
I don't know what the figures maybe?
Oh yeah, the figures. Sorry. True. Yeah, Fran, you could do it. You could show everybody everything.
Given that I'm not anywhere near them.
You're gonna be home this weekend.
I guess so.
That's not too far away. Not too far. Oh, Blade's here. Blade, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. Hope you're doing all right, bud. Yeah, sorry about the confusion, Leaflet. That was my bad. Okay, I'm gonna attempt to turn off slow mode and see if we can keep up with everybody. But I think we're maybe ready to go through some pictures, like actually start looking at some things and get going here. No, sorry. Did I say sorry? My bad if I did. You got me, Chibi. You got me. Okay. So we were gone for a month. Quick, make sure both of them can keep up. No, don't spam chat. What's been new? Anything much since your last stream? Yes. So that's kind of what we're talking about today. Fran and I were in Japan for a whole month, and we wanted to show you guys some pictures. So that was like, last stream was October 5th. Now this is 2 months later. So 1 month was taken up with Japan stuff, and then another month was taken up with work stuff after getting back. So yeah, it's been a lot of nonstop work since getting home from the trip, which delayed my stream return. But we're gonna be talking about all the fun stuff that we did, like, you know, during the stream break today. So the food, the temples, the shopping, the streets. Yes, exactly. So to give you guys an overview of our 4 weeks, we were in Tokyo for like the first 2 weeks, like Tokyo slash some smaller cities around Tokyo. And then after that, we went down to the southern part of Japan, and we spent a week traveling between a bunch of cities down there, and then we came back to Tokyo for the last week. So that's kind of like the outline of things and what you guys will see. I've got little like maps on the slides, so that way you guys know approximately where we were for like where the photos are taken and whatnot. But yeah, we went to a lot of different places, but the majority of our trip was in Tokyo. I'm so unbelievably excited for this stream. You have no idea I've been missed. Oh, Leaflet. That's so sweet. I really appreciate that. And I was so excited to come back. Did I get anything clothes-wise? I did. I actually wore one of the things that I got over the weekend. So I don't think we have a picture of it here. So again, I need to do a Discord stream of it. But at whenever we were in Harajuku, we found this sweatshirt. There's a company that makes like all these different sweatshirts and t-shirts and things like that that have food themed patterns on them. And so my sweatshirt has letters P-A-N, pan, which means bread in both Japanese and in Spanish. So like that was kind of cool. And then there's just like giant bread loaves and croissants and other bread items like all over it. So that I was very excited about. And then at one of the Poke Centers, I found some Pido socks, that little dog made out of buns. And so now I have bread socks and bread sweatshirt, and I love it. I did get a lot of socks while I was there. That was probably the main thing clothes-wise that I bought. And then there's a couple other things I'll have to think about, like everything that we got. Thanks for the tip. Maybe you should start with the Japan travel to not get hints. Oh, you have a like one of your minigame things today is Japan travel version. Whispers banana bread. None of them are banana bread. Yes, delicious bread shirt. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna get started. So, look, we've switched slides. Amazing, making progress. So week 1, like I said, we were in Tokyo, and I have like interspersed throughout the slides different counters because, as I mentioned, we went to a lot of Poke Centers. We also went to a lot of themed cafes, which I was very excited for before leaving. And I kind of feel like we overdid it, and it's definitely my fault because I was the one that was like, oh yeah, let's go to this one, let's go to this one. Like Fran had a couple that he thought would be fun, but like even some that we did not plan to go to, I was like, no, we have to stop in here and go to this themed cafe. So we have a counter for that. And then, yes, Fog. So one of our really good friends, IRL, his favorite animal is frogs, or more specifically, frogs. And when we were gone, like we were missing that friend so much, like him and his partner, like they're really good friends. So whenever we saw frogs around, like there's a lot of frog statues in Japan, and whenever we saw them around, we always made sure that Fran got a picture with them. And so we have a ton of pictures of different frog statues. So we're also going to be keeping track of that. Bugs are doing no map mode, so looking at the map would be cheating. Oh yeah, we've got a map on the screen right now. I'm sure you've either noticed or you've looked away. So Don't look. And there's gonna continue to be a map of Japan in the corner for the rest of streams, so. Did I get to try mochi? We did. We did get to try mochi at a couple different places. I also bought a ton of mochi. That's probably the thing that I have the most of coming home, like with all the snacks. So yes, I will continue to be eating some mochi for a while, I think. Your clothes shopping went wild when you were there too. Oh, you'll have to share with us the kinds of things that you've got as well, Leaflet. 320 plushies in your collection now? Oh my gosh. How do you even keep track? How does it taste? Is it like noodles? Mochi? I wouldn't say it's like noodles exactly.
It's like Japanese ravioli.
It's not like Japanese ravioli. Like, I guess it'd be the closest to rice noodles since those are made out of rice. But it doesn't have like too much. I feel like the mochi itself doesn't have too much of a taste, and like the filling is more what has the taste. Or like sometimes the mochi will be made with a flavoring. Like if you get a matcha mochi, like they'll mix matcha powder like into the actual I don't know, is it called batter? Mochi dough, that's it. So then like you can kind of taste that, but I don't know, like rice, I guess it would taste like rice. You completed travel before, problem solved. Hey, good job, Bugs. Like you don't like red bean paste mochi, however, you have yet to try other flavors that are savory. Well, usually red bean paste is actually sweet. Like they add a lot of sugar to the paste, and there's two different types. Fran, do you remember the names? You were always the one that remembered the names.
Koshan and not koshan. I don't know if there is a name for the
Okay.
not version.
So there's one that has like the skins of the red beans in there, and I think that's the not koshan version, because the one that I like is the smooth one where they've taken the skins out, so the texture is like, to me, much better. So if we ever were able to specify that, we did. And one of our friends actually that lives in Japan taught us that vocabulary word. I immediately forgot it, but Fran remembered it like every time, so that was good. There's some with ice cream that you really like. Yeah, sometimes I'll have ice cream for filling as well. Sounds tasty. If you ever go, you want to try some? Yeah, for sure. And if you're ever in a city as well that has a Japan town, like how there's Chinatowns and stuff, you might be able to find it there too, because the first time I ever had it was in the US, but at like Japantown in different bigger cities. I think it's the only thing that usually has flavor, but you really want to try stuff like curry mochi. Oh, I've never had that. You had the non-skin version, you believe? Far too sweet. Ah, okay. That's why you want to try savory. Gotcha. Okay, so I'm gonna go to look at some of the first pictures in Tokyo. Ta-da! So we were staying in Asakusa, Fran, our first week.
Yep, you got it.
We're staying in Asakusa, which is a part of Tokyo, and it's right next to this temple shrine area called Sensoji. So if you look at, can you see my cursor? Okay, cool. So yeah, if you look at this picture that has like this whole strip here, this is like the entrance to the shrine, and then all of this is shopping, and then back here is where like the actual pagoda and everything is. So at the end of this picture, that's what this is. So it's got the pagoda and the actual like shrine temple area where you can like make offerings and stuff, and you can get fortunes here. And then one day when we were here, because this was really close to our hotel that first week, so we like walked there a couple times. And one of the days that we walked there, like there just happened to be this giant golden dragon that was being puppeted by several people, you know, with sticks, and they were like making it kind of dance and stuff like that. And we were like, whoa, this is really cool. Like, how did we stumble upon this festival? And we asked one of our friends about it, and he's like, oh yeah, I've actually never been there when that's happening. And I looked it up, and it only happens twice a year. Hey, Riddle, welcome in. How are you doing? So he said that we were really, really lucky to have been there when they were doing that. And then what was also really funny is a couple days later, we went to, actually, I don't know where we were going, but we ended up at one of the subway stops, because like constantly we're taking the subway when in Japan, and there was this mural here that, or in like the actual subway station, and it was of the golden dragon that we saw at the festival, and I was like, whoa. So that was like a really neat thing to see as well. And then I took some picture of the koi for light, because I had to. When we were there, they had some really beautiful koi, like kind of all over Japan. But not every place was like very picturesque. So this one had like very nice clear water and everything. So I took pictures of that. And then we've got our first mochi that we had, I believe. Cute little strawberries and stuff on it. Yeah, some carp or koi. I don't know what's the correct thing to call them. But yeah, they're very, very beautiful. Yuki, you need more plushies. Never enough plushies. They look like your Ponyo. Oh, though those orange golden ones are cool looking too. You bet it was so relaxing. Yeah, I think we sat by that bridge for a while. I think it was the day that festival was going on, so it's kind of like a little bit away from all the people. It was nice to just go over there. Twice a year, definitely got lucky. Yeah. I don't remember, Fran, do you remember what our friend told us what the festival was for? Remember what he said?
No, I don't remember.
I don't
Sorry.
remember either. I'm sure we could look it up, like Golden Dragon Festival at Sensoji, maybe. Riddle doing all right, home from work early. Ooh, nice. Always gotta love that. Valerie, what's the difference between noodles and ramen? Ramen is a specific type of noodle. So, like I would say that even like Italian pasta, that's a type of noodle. And then ramen is also made out of wheat, but there's noodles that are made out of like rice. There's noodles that are made out of like different types of wheat. Like there's buckwheat noodles, and I don't know, like there's all different kinds. And I would say ramen noodles specifically have to be like thinner as well, because like soba noodles are also made out of wheat, but they're much thicker and chewier. I don't know, Fran, do you know like what specifically makes a ramen noodle?
No, I'm not a chef.
You're
sorry.
like the ramen guy. One of Fran's favorite foods is ramen, and he's like, I don't know.
Listen. So my relationship with ramen is I've tried to look up how to make ramen quite a few times, and there's so much work that goes into it that it's one of those foods that I will never ever do myself. It's just too much work. It's not worth going through the effort to make authentic ramen.
So you're like, oh, I'm never gonna learn what this actually
Never gonna
is.
learn. Just gonna eat it.
Okay.
No learning.
Well, that's as specific as we can get then. Leaflet, kind of specific, but did you get any pictures of birds there?
Yes, we did.
I mean, technically, yes. Yeah, we did. I was thinking more like songbirds. We did get some pictures of some bigger birds. Like I wasn't looking in the trees to like find birds and stuff, but we did get some cool pictures of birds. And yeah, I almost forgot for a second until you said that, Fran. Ramen noodles are different themselves. They're thicker than normal noodles. Well, I think it depends on what you get, but I usually think of ramen noodles as like actually thinner, and then udon to me is much thicker. If Fran doesn't know, we're in trouble. Yeah, Fran, how can you not know what ramen is? SMH. Okay, so also I forgot to mention in our first week, Fran and I were both working remotely. Like I was here for some work things, so excuse me, kind of just depending on the day, I was either able to like work remotely in the hotel room, or I either like was doing that or had some meetings to go to in person and whatnot. So the first week, actually the first 2 weeks, that's what we were doing. So we don't have like as much sightseeing. So like the back half of the trip was much more loaded with lots of travel and different activities and stuff like that. So yeah, like these days it was like, oh, we can only go out in the afternoon because in the morning and early afternoon we were working and whatnot. You can make bootleg ramen instead of making the bone broth for the ramen, etc. You can do what Light does, Fran. When she makes ramen, just use pre-made broth and chuck stuff in like vegetables and noodles, etc. See, I feel like that would be good enough, but I also feel like Fran would probably be like, nah, I'll just have somebody make it for me.
Yeah,
like,
I'll
still.
just have somebody make it for me.
Yeah. What's the chocolate and vanilla looking cake on stream? Watching this has got you asking questions. The chocolate and vanilla looking cake. Are you talking about the little, like here? These? Oh, where'd my cursor go? Yeah, there we are. So these are little mochis. I don't know, maybe the color is weird. So the darker bits on there are actually like a matcha like cream that they put on top. And then the white ones are supposed to be like milk flavored.
Yeah.
Like I guess cream as well.
That's something, milk is something that blew our mind in Japan. They just kept calling it different things.
Well, no, they really only called it the same thing.
The same two things.
Sure. Let's see. I think that's mochi. Yeah, it's mochi. It was good. I feel like this was a case of it being cuter. Like it looked cuter. So it was like looking better than it tasted, I guess. I was trying to say it looked cuter than it tasted, but like things don't taste cute.
Speak for yourself.
They're talking about your avatar, Fran. I was like, I thought that the color was wonky when Valor was like the chocolate and vanilla thing, because I just assumed Valor was talking about the mochi. They're talking about your pudding.
I think the sensitivity on my pudding is very strong. I see it going up and down even when I'm not talking.
Yeah, because you're playing Valorant or something, your keyboard is clicking, and I can
my keyboard! I'm not playing Valorant. I'm playing Subnautica.
Oh, Subnautica. Okay.
Kind of playing. I'm doing more like grinding. I'm just like doing stuff that is boring, just so that way I don't have to like do it later.
Yeah, so Fran is kind of like a flan pudding, I guess. So on top is like caramel sauce, and it's a little jiggly pudding. It's Fran's avatar. Leaflet says, "Curse you, Fran! I'm hungry for ramen now."
Listen. There's never not enough ramen. Just go out.
Just go get some ramen.
Just get some ramen right now.
It is food. It is food, Valor. It's a pudding. Just not like a real life picture of food, if that wasn't obvious. Do I have your 4 players for Kirby? Oh, I didn't. Actually, I was only planning on doing 2. I didn't think about having more. Maybe that's a possibility, though. Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next slide. So this was one of the other days, like still when we were working. So it was like a half day of exploring. We went to Ueno Park, and here they have like a lot of different museums and stuff here, but also like park spaces to walk around in. And also when we were there, it happened to be like, what was it? Maybe the 25th anniversary of the park, or some anniversary of the park being there. So that's why there was this purple panda here, is because there was some celebration going on. So there's a lot of vendors. That's where we got this ice cream. Here in the middle is like a picture of the pond. It's just like this huge vast pond, I think covered in, are those lotus, Fran?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and those lotus leaves are huge. They're like twice the size of my head. Crazy. And I think this picture was of a shrine here, but I just thought it was really cool because they forced this tree to grow into a ring shape. So it's kind of like how you can manipulate bonsai to grow how you want. I mean, I guess people do that with bigger trees too, and so this is an example of that. And so, yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was really neat. And then these other pictures on the sides here are from some of the museums. In the gift shop, they literally had art that was like Hello Kitty replacing the famous like person being depicted in the art. So like obviously you're not going to see that anywhere else other than Japan. I thought it was really cute. I didn't end up buying any of them though. And then the art museum that we went to there was having a special like sculpture, what are those called? Not event. What's the word, Fran?
Exhibition? Exhibition,
yeah. So they had a lot of sculptures there, and these ones were so obviously Koroks. I just thought they were adorable, so I had to get a picture of that. Light is looking for short ivory. Living the nature pics your favorite. Oh, good job taking care of your eyes, Light. I'm glad you're having a good time. Hello Kitty, yes. I really, really love these. I don't know actually every single painting here. Like the bottom right painting, I don't actually know that one, but or maybe both of these two. I know these 4. A distinct lack of cinema roll. True. In these art pieces at least, but there's tons of Sanrio stuff. Like you just go to like not any store, but like I don't know, it's just way easier to find kind of like pop culture-y type stores around Japan. So you'll just be walking around and all of a sudden it's like, oh, here's a Ghibli shop, here's a shop with Kirby stuff and Sanrio stuff and Mario stuff and like everything. So that was a dream come true, honestly. I wanted to stop in every single one of those shops. It didn't matter like how many Ghibli stores we've been into or if they were gonna have the same things that we've seen in the previous stores. Like, no, we have to stop. We gotta go in this one too. I'm totally in the mood for dorayaki with the strawberry sauce. Is that this type of ice cream? Dorayaki? I'm not sure. Hello Kitty is not a cat. I have heard that she is a girl. She just looks like a cat. I find that so confusing. What? Yeah, she's actually a girl, I think.
That's an abomination. That's I refuse to believe.
Oh no. Oh no, Fran's world has been destroyed. Cinnamoroll, better than other Sanrio characters. I like Cinnamoroll, but my favorite is Pum Pum Purin. I like him. You're definitely gonna see a few pictures. Are you? I took some. Maybe I don't remember if they're in here. Okay, so another one of the days in the first week here, we got to go to the Tokyo Skytree, not to be confused with Tokyo Tower. So they're in different locations in Tokyo, and also the Skytree is newer and way taller than Tokyo Tower. So we initially did some shopping around there, I think one day, and then we came back the other day to actually go up, and we went around sunset, so we got to watch the sunset over like the entire city of Tokyo, which was really, really cool. So I got some pictures of that. And then they had a couple sections in the floor that were like see-through, so you could look all the way down and see how high up you were. I didn't know how I was gonna do with that because I'm not somebody who likes heights. But I think they made the panels small enough that it wasn't too scary to do that. So yeah, you can kind of get an idea for how high up it was. Do you remember? Because I think they told us in the elevator how high we were going, Fran. No idea.
A kilometer.
He's just making something up. Okay, great. Good job, Fran.
You're welcome.
But yeah, this is really pretty. And I don't know. I think it was like, especially that first week, one of the things that I enjoyed the most getting to do, because our trip did end up being like very nonstop. Like we had so many things planned. It was just like, okay, and on to the next thing, on to the next thing. And this was one of the days where we just got to like sit and watch the sunset. So I really liked that. And then there's gonna be plenty of pictures of delicious food that we got when we were over there. So here's just like a couple things from that first week. So the noodle bowls on the left were from a restaurant that was right near our hotel, which in the end we decided was a mistake because they knew that they were by hotels and accordingly had higher prices because they're like, oh, it's a bunch of tourists, we can charge more. So I mean, I think the food was still okay, but like there was definitely other places we could have gone that would have been better and cheaper, but still good. Fran got tantanmen and I got some kind of noodle bowl that was like closer to Chinese style noodles, I think. And then in the middle, this is udon from a restaurant that specifically only sells udon. They only open from 11 p.m. to 2 p.m. for lunch to sell udon, and we never would have found this place if not for our friend telling us like, oh, this is my favorite udon place, you have to go here, because he works in Tokyo, so sometimes he would go to this place for lunch, and he recommended getting cold udon, which I had never had before, and I accidentally took this picture too late, but it comes with a raw egg yolk on top that you stir into the noodles, so I've already kind of stirred it in here. Can barely even tell, like there's a little bit of yellow here and there.
That's a theme for most of our foods. We take pictures of it like 1 minute
bite
too late.
Taken out.
1 bite
yeah,
too late.
Like that happened quite a bit. Like I think with this little cream puff, like matcha cream filling, this was good. I did a good job. Like I got the before and the after, like so you can actually see the cream inside. But yeah, other times it was like, oh shoot, we didn't take a picture. Like one of my favorite foods that I had was ramen on one of our first nights there because again, our friend who actually like lives around there, he knows where to go. So he took us out to ramen and I was like, this is the best ramen I ever had. And I don't think we had better ramen on the trip. Like one of the first nights is when we had our best ramen because that's when we had our guide. And I completely forgot to take pictures of that. So we don't have it, which is sad. And these are just some matcha drinks that we got. Sounds like most restaurants by bigger hotels. Yeah, I wouldn't say we were at like a big hotel, but it was definitely a big hotel chain. And actually we were right across the street from another one of the same hotels. Like we were in one and then there's another one like across the street. It was so crazy. But yeah, those are all over Japan. It's the APA hotel, APA. Chibi, been wanting to make the cold noodles you eat for summer. I don't think this is like specifically a summertime thing in Japan. I think like cold noodles are just a preference for some people. Because like our friend, that was his favorite way to eat them was cold. I did enjoy it, but I think I would have liked it better hot. But it was still really good. And again, one of the best places that we went to eat. It was so early on. But he had really, really good recommendations for food, so...
He even had good recommendations that he didn't know were good recommendations, as we will see later.
Yeah, we'll get there. Leaflet sitting here at the biggest I can smell is so great. Oh, Leaflet, I'm glad you're having a good time. Sorry for being overly overbearing. Not at all. And excitable. Just really happy to see you back. And Japan is really nostalgic for you. Oh, no, I am loving all the questions, loving all the enthusiasm. Do not be sorry at all. Cold noodles are good, but you too would pick warm. Yeah. But I'm glad that I tried it. Like, I wouldn't have done it had he not recommended it, so I'm glad that I did get to have the experience. Oh, super happy to see you're back. Oh, thanks, Chibi. So next, got a couple pop culture things. I guess we didn't do like as much that first week, but here's our first picture of a Pokemon Center. You'll notice though that the Pokemon Center count is at 2 because we actually did go to our first one in the airport because there's a Pokemon Center in Narita Airport. But I did not end up including the picture of that here since I was limited to only 500. So this is our second Poke Center, and I think was this at the Skytree, do you think, Fran?
This was in the mall at the Skytree. The Skytree Yeah, Skytree is like a huge mall with a large tower in the middle. The mall itself is only like 5 stories high, but
Yeah, okay, so that's in the Skytree. And then I have a picture of a gacha here. Fran's flan is kind of in the way. I'm going to move this up because this was my first gacha that I ever did. So it was a bread gacha. I mean, I told you earlier about my bread sweatshirt. So yes, I have a thing for bread. So I actually did this one twice because the first time I got the stupid English muffin, okay? And that was literally my last choice, which ended up, like, the gachas were so hit and miss. I either got my last choice or my first choice every single time. So it was either, like, major disappointment or really, really excited.
Well, you've just ostracized all our English viewers. Thanks a lot.
Wait, what? Because I don't like English muffins.
Yeah.
I just don't really like English muffins in real life. I need like a really fancy brand. Any of the normal brands, I'm like, this doesn't really taste good. So I was kind of disappointed. So I did it one more time, and then I got what I think is the best one, which was like the actual bread loaf. So yeah, that was my first gacha. And then Hamtaro I got shortly after. I think I was in the same little like gacha center, and that was like the first Hamtaro thing I saw in all of Japan. I was like, I have to get this. I don't know how much Hamtaro stuff I'm gonna find. And honestly, there wasn't a ton. I did see this Hamtaro gacha in a lot of different places, but it was always the same one. And then I did get some Hamtaro stuff later, but it was also Godzilla-themed Hamtaro stuff. It just turned out that there's a Godzilla movie being released when we were there, and there's this whole history with Hamtaro and Godzilla. Like, I guess back in the early 2000s, a bunch of Hamtaro and Godzilla movies got released at the same time, like 3 different times, I think is what it said on the gotcha machine, because it had a little history of it that I tried to translate. So there, like 3 times in the early 2000s, Hamtaro and Godzilla movies got released on the same day. It was like a Barbenheimer situation, and so Goji Ham-kun came out of that. So it's like Godzilla and Hamtaro put together. So I am thankful that that was a thing, because it made it so that Godzilla being around brought Hamtaro back into, like, I don't know, into meaningful pop culture-y stuff. So I did get to find some Hamtaro stuff while I was there, which I was very happy about. English muffin. I'm sorry, English muffin. Did I like your Yumicon haul? Was that where you got those little Kirby plushes? Those were adorable. I don't know if I got to see what else you picked up there. Did you post more things, Yuki? Why is there no Godzilla costumes in the games? Oh, true. Imagine if they had put that in Ham Ham games. I think that Ham Ham games came out like right around the time that like those movies were coming out at the same time. So I don't think this was a thing yet. But that would have been so cute if we could have dressed as Godzilla in Ham Ham games. Oh man. Okay, moving on to Frog. This is all the frogs that we saw in that first week. I think this is all the frogs that we saw. So this first week ended up being a lot of like plastic frog statues and stuff, like colorful ones. But we just kind of saw them around everywhere. You'll see a lot of these frog statues, because there's one like restaurant slash karaoke place where that is their main decor is frog statues. So every time we went by one of those, it was like a chain, and every time we went by, it was like we stop into the lobby just to take pictures with all the frogs. So that was great. And then this one, the frog was up on the roof, so pretty fun. So that was like when we were in Tokyo proper, and then we had to go like just outside of Tokyo for some of my work stuff. So while we were there, there was even like less exciting things to see. So I think this part is mainly focusing on food. But yeah, this is now into the second week of work. And actually on the weekend between, we went to Japanese barbecue with some friends. The same friend that was giving us all the amazing food recommendations took us to Japanese barbecue. And this was really, really good. At least the parts that I have pictures of right now, this is really, really good. Like all the meat and the veggies and the rice balls and everything. These are onigiri with soy sauce on them. So that's why they're that color. Fran and I actually got this gacha before we went to this barbecue, and we just assumed that it was an onigiri made with brown rice. But then we showed it to our friends. They're like, "Oh no, that's soy sauce on there." So, and then we ended up having it in real life, which I thought was cute. So that's why this picture exists. And then just like some decor at this barbecue place. It was camping themed because our friend loves camping, and so he ended up finding a Japanese barbecue place that had like a tent and like cookout stuff, and it was on a rooftop too. So that was really cool. But yeah, this beef was really good, super, super tender. But then after this round, we ended up cooking a bunch of shellfish because I told them that I was willing to try fish. And I told that to Fran before we left that I was gonna be a little more adventurous and try some fish. And I did. I had a teensy little bite of almost everything. And it just tasted straight up like the super salty, fishy seawater to me. So I don't think shellfish is my thing. Fran, you did agree with me though, right? That like,
yeah, I mean, I'm not the biggest, like, I personally have a gripe with any food that is work to eat. You know, like, when I'm hungry, I just want to eat. I don't want to like fight my food. I don't go hunting for my meat, you know? I just want my meat and whatnot.
You're a man of the 21st century.
I'm the man, yes. We are not savages anymore.
Yeah, everything was cooked in the shell. So, like, there's various things you had to kind of, like, take them off the shell, or the shrimp you had to, like, you know, peel everything off of it and stuff. It was a lot of work. But to me, the taste was just... You said as well that the taste was, like, stronger in these shellfish compared to some other things I could have eaten.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Yeah. You love Fran's constant face.
Like Fran's what phrase?
I don't know. I think you've just got like the little, like, I don't know, the cute little lip, you know, on your pudding.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Yuki, those two are Japanese imports. Oh, okay, okay. Can you remind me what you got from the Yumacon? When was that? Maybe it will help me place my memory. For a second, you thought Fran was shirtless in one of them, in one of the frog pictures? What?
Nice.
Oh, because you have this light pink shirt on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you may think that these are all on the same day, but actually, so Fran and I wanted to pack really, really light because it was a huge trip and we didn't want to pack a month's worth of clothing. So we each actually had 4 days worth of clothes, and then we just washed everything very frequently. So that's why he's got similar shirts on a lot of the time. Killian, welcome in.
Well, 30 months, that's like 3 whole years.
Oh my gosh, Killy, how are you doing? Thanks so much for the resub. It is so good to see you. It's been way too long. Way too long. And thank you for the 30 months. 30 months. Oh man. How have you been, Killy? Food. Is that ragu? Wait, what? Wait, when did you ask that? Ragu. These are pictures of frogs. Bugs, apparently other people had problems with US travel today. Only 4% got it perfect without any hints. Were you in the 4%, Bugs? All this amazing food and I didn't bring you anything? Oh, I'm so sorry. I wanted to bring so much for everybody, but honestly, like, we just with getting gifts for like our families and a couple friends, like we had to fill up a whole other suitcase. Like we went with almost an entirely empty suitcase and we had to buy another full-size suitcase when we were there. So yeah, we did bring back a lot of stuff. I wish I could have brought something for all you guys. You thought the figure of rice was edible. Okay, gotcha, no worries. Not dumb, Light, not dumb. Bugs, it's not live in the US yet because of time zones. Oh, so maybe US players do better. Ah, okay, so far 4% have gotten it perfect. Everyone has different tastes. You don't like crab because it tastes like licking the ocean, but you like salmon. Okay, that's how I would describe eating any of those shellfish. So I'm glad somebody is like on my side there. I did have some salmon. Unfortunately, I don't have a picture of it, but I did have some raw salmon that tasted way better than the shellfish and not as fishy. I described it more as tasting like river water rather than ocean water, but it still tasted like river water to me. Like, I don't know. I think that I actually don't like fish. I think it maybe is not just a mental thing. Maybe I've been slightly vindicated. I don't know. About to sling a giant boulder at a metal chicken. We're not? What? Chibi, what? Oh, it was back in November. Okay, remind me what you got, Yuki. Share with us again. Killy, how are things? All right, welcome back. Thank you, Killian. Ragu beef. Oh, on the barbecue. Okay, on the barbecue. So, where's the barbecue? Oh, hold on. I went all the way back to vlog. There we are. Yeah. So that's beef. So some of this has already been flipped and some of it hasn't been flipped yet, so it still looks a little bit raw. Hunter, how you doing? Welcome in. You like licking the ocean. Are you a seafood fan, Hunter? How have you been? Bugs, you didn't think it was too difficult, though you think a lot of people got hung up because think you need to travel diagonally to the forest state corner to be perfect. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Fran, do you want to talk about the slide?
This slide, the barbecue one?
No, the next one.
Oh, shoot, right. I forgot that stream is lagging. Okay, here we go. So for my birthday... Oh, wait, do you not want to talk about the parts where you were there?
Okay, or... I mean, sure, I don't know. There's a couple more chat messages. Chibi said, chicken bit was about Fran saying we're not savages. Oh, okay. Whenever Chibi talked about slinging a giant boulder at a metal chicken. Gotcha. Is that also a Tinkatine reference? I don't know. One thing you got was a cute crochet Johto Wooper plushie. Oh, maybe I do remember this. Yeah, it's just been a while. I need to go back and look at all the pictures. Hunter, you're a fan of shrimp, crab, and lobster. It tastes so good. Aurora was there. But Fran was the anime protagonist. I mean, it was his birthday, and I wasn't there for all of it. So, to be like saltwater more than plain water, plain like normal water. Interesting. You don't drink salt water though. Okay, so for Fran's birthday, unfortunately, I did have in-person work stuff happening that day, which is why I couldn't be there later, but I did have lunch free. So for lunch, I took Fran to this fancy dessert place that I actually didn't know it was going to be that fancy. So that day I had some morning meetings, and whenever I ended up being free for lunch, I was super tired. So I was like, hey, Fran, I Googled searching for matcha, and I found this little place that has like matcha drinks. Do you want to go with me? And then we can like have this be our little date for your birthday. And he was like, yeah, sure, let's do it. So we went walking towards it, and as we're going there, I'm realizing that we're kind of like leaving the city area where all the food is, and now we're walking into a residential area, and I'm like, this is weird. And then we end up at this place where there's just like dirt everywhere. Like, I think it's maybe a farm area in the summer, but we were there like during the fall, so there was nothing. It was just all dirt, and way in the distance you could see like a bamboo forest, and then there was a few houses, and I was like, where the heck are we going? And I mean, it was within walking distance, like it's not too far outside of the city. So we walked closer to some of the houses because that's where Google's telling us to go, and we get there and there's a house, and in front of the house there is actually a sign, like one of those little chalkboard signs put up that has the name of the restaurant that Google said was there. And I was like, okay, this is it. I think we're here. But it's run out of this guy's house. And so I went to the website that Google had linked to like learn a little bit more about it, because I was like, did we have to make a reservation? I have no idea how this works. And it's run all by one guy, which I guess obvious since it's run out of his house. And it was saying things like, oh, you know, this is my, I don't know, like my project, my passion, whatever. But also, since it's only run by me, if there's ever any family emergency or whatever, like, you know, the hours that are listed could just be off and I might have to close like last minute or whatever. So I'm reading all that and I'm like, the chalkboard's out, but I have no idea if they're open, because also there's a gate here, like not just a gate that goes up to your waist, but like a full height gate, I guess, like that went above my head, and the gate was closed. And so I was like, is it open? The sign's out. Did he have to like leave suddenly for an emergency maybe? And that's why the gate is closed. And so we were thinking about turning around, but then I noticed that there was a doorbell on the gate. So I was like, we walked all the way here. I guess let's just ring it. So we ring the doorbell and the guy like pokes his head out of the house. So he's there. And I thought at first that he was going to tell us like, oh, like get out of here or something. I don't know. But I felt after the interaction that he maybe thought it was weird that we didn't just open the gate and walk in. Like, I don't think we were supposed to ring the doorbell. So I think he popped his head out because he was actually confused. But he like beckoned us over and had us come in. It was one of those places where you have to take off your shoes, I guess, which makes sense if it's a residential home. So there's like tatami mat flooring and everything. And he made all these things by hand. So this bowl up in the corner is called anmitsu, and it's got a lot of fresh fruit in there. There's some mochis, red bean paste, ice cream, Fran's drizzling on like a brown sugar syrup on there, and it was really, really good. Like all the fruit in there is the best fruit that you've ever had in your life. Like fruit in Japan is so good, and especially if it's like fancier, it's amazing. And like the mochi was perfect, and the ice cream just like complemented everything so well. And there's some jelly cubes at the bottom, which were really good. And then this one on the right, I don't actually know what it's called, because on the menu it was just listed as like seasonal treat, and so we didn't know what we were getting, but we're like, yeah, we'll order the seasonal treat. It was all like it was like a paste, so the outside was like a green paste and then the inside was like a red paste. It might have been red bean, and it was all kind of one texture, so we thought it was fine. But definitely like the star of the show is the anmitsu. And then we both got a couple matcha drinks. So I got the normal one, and then the one behind Fran's flan is the same thing, but just with more of this syrup poured on there.
Yeah. They called it black honey, was it?
Yeah, they called it black honey. That was the Google translation of it, was black honey. But I think it's brown sugar syrup, because to me it tastes just like the syrup that you get on boba. So that's what I'm assuming it is. But yeah, it was really good. And I'm happy that we ended up going in, even though it was like very awkward at first. Killian, you like freshwater fish more mostly, but in general don't like just plain fish. Like plain fish as in sushi type thing? Not supposed to drink saltwater, Chibi! Like, I think Chibi needs to hydrate. That fish is a bit too raw for you, however, you definitely try it. Though the ice cream looks amazing. Yeah, the ice cream part was so good. I'm gonna let Fran tell you all about the sushi. Sadly, you don't like matcha. Ugh, I had so much matcha in Japan. So much matcha. Above your head. So a 4-foot fence, Killian! Shut up. I am not. You would have had to be a whole foot taller than that to be my height, so you listen here. Imagine if you walked away. I know, we would have missed out on all of this. And Fran was super awkward the whole time. I was trying to get some pictures and some little like birthday videos to send to his family and stuff, and he was just like, what do I say? Like,
well,
what do I do?
I'm not a very I'm not very birthday celebratory person in the first place, and it's just awkward being in this random person's house, and it was delicious.
We were the only people there as well, so Fran and I felt like we had to be very quiet. So anytime we were talking, we were just kind of like whispering. It's really weird to be loud when you're in somebody else's house, but you're like the only one there. Like, I don't know. It was slightly awkward environment, but everything was delicious. He's like a chef. He's talented. Yeah, the guy who runs this place. I wish we could have watched him, but like he obviously had to go into his kitchen to make everything. But yeah, I think he is very, very talented. It was so good. Fruit was super expensive in Japan. Yep, I think I do have a picture later on of some grapes that look absolutely perfect, but they cost like $50 or something like that. Fun fact, did you know that meat in Japan is so high quality and well taken care of and chemical free you can eat raw eggs, fish, and most meats, not pork though, without any body reactions, no stomach issues, nothing. Yeah, raw eggs are a huge thing in Japan. Like I said, I had it on my udon earlier, but it was also a thing just like dip meat into raw eggs like as a sauce, and it was on so many different things and stuff. Yeah, it's definitely much different over there than here. Got her. Killian. It's matcha my problem. Matcha my problem. Okay. Killy says same Fran. I think he's talking about like the birthday attention.
Yeah, I'm like that one. Was it Telegeta Nights where Will Ferrell is like yeah, he's like, what do I do with my hands?
I don't remember. That's just maybe
me. That's just me all the time.
All the time. Light says, happy belated birthday, Fran!
What? It's not my birthday.
She said belated birthday.
Please stop.
Chibi said happy birthday too.
Oh, no.
Everybody's laughing at your pain. Chibi, not like you drink it on purpose, just had times when a wave would slap you in the face when in the ocean and you're like, delicious. Like that's your reaction. I'm so confused.
It's like drinking soup.
Hunter also says happy birthday to Fran. You get a second. I think he's dubbed today as your second birthday, so you get a bunch of happy birthdays. Do I have to
memorize that now too? That's
yeah,
too much to memorize.
Chibi says, I get ya. Don't like the attention either, but I do like telling people it's my birthday. I feel like that's how I am. I also don't want attention, but at the same time, I was like, oh, did you know it's my birthday? It doesn't make any sense. Okay, Fran, tell them about birthday sushi. This was when I was at a meeting. I had a stupid dinner, like, work meeting. So Fran got to go out with our same friend who's been showing us all the delicious, amazing food. And what did you guys find, Fran?
So this is what I was alluding to before, that this friend actually told us some really good places, even places that he didn't know of. He got this reservation to this restaurant because it's like it was a conveyor belt sushi. And we went, and when we got in, they're like, oh, you have a reservation? Yeah, it's not here, it's upstairs. And we're like, okay, cool. That makes that checks out. And so we went in, and it so happens that if you have a reservation and you go to the second floor, you're in front of the chef. It's not like actually conveyor belt sushi. So it's even like fancier and all this stuff. And so we had probably one of my best sushi that I've ever had. Definitely, he said that was definitely the best sushi he's ever had, and he lives there. So I was like, dang, this is gonna make me feel even more awkward for my birthday. So yeah, we had this fancy for Fran. Yes, it was crazy. So I guess I could show. Fish? Yeah, I was gonna. I think so. In the top right, we have some seared. They had a lot of, like, some of their sushi had this green stuff, cilantro. I think not cilantro. It was Oh,
I was like, what?
Like chives.
Yeah.
No,
okay.
the chives stuff.
I see it now.
And I was like, wow, I hadn't had it with it, but it really complemented very well. So that was really good.
Wait,
yeah, there's eel at the bottom.
Tuna, you said?
That one is a seared salmon, I believe. Okay. Fatty tuna is in the left one. No, both of them are the same. Those that you're seeing, the seared ones at top. One of them is a sweet version, and one of them is a savory version.
Oh.
Then at the bottom, I don't remember what the left one is. The right one is fatty tuna, and the middle one I think is salmon.
Okay.
Then the bottom, unagi. That's
the
eel. Yep. And the one on the right, can anybody guess what the one on the right is? I'll give the people.
Okay, while they're thinking, I'm gonna catch up with chat.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Light says, is the ocean soup is an Ace Attorney fanfic dubbed? What is the ocean soup?
I actually know about that one.
Oh,
pretty good. It's pretty good.
Riddle would love to stay in chat, but you've got some stuff you gotta get done tonight. Have a great stream. Wish you could stay and see more photos. Thanks for hanging out, Riddle. It was really good to see you. I hope you have a wonderful night. Fancy for Fran. And now Hunter wants sushi. I think we're gonna make a lot of people hungry tonight, unfortunately. Like, you love salmon sushi, but it has to be smoked salmon here because your food quality. Yeah, definitely different in different places. Dark Flames, welcome in. How you doing? Good to see you. Killian wants to know if it's edible.
Yes.
What's in the picture?
I mean, I ate it, so.
Bugs, you have to head out. Ah, it's so good to see you, Bugs. Thanks for being here. Good job on all your travels and Sudokus and everything today. And yeah, thanks for catching up with us. Hopefully we get to see a lot more of each other soon. Okay. Killian says that was the only guess he had. That maybe it wasn't edible.
Oh.
Is it? I don't know the exact name. Do you know the exact name? Like, did you ever look it up? It's something like cod roe or cod something.
I forgot the name of it. Sorry. But yeah, it's fish semen. My friend was like, "Oh, I've never Shiodako? Maybe.
You remember that?
But it's very gooey. I mean, honestly, all I could taste was the lemon part of it.
Welcome
there we go,
in.
Shirako.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's the sperm sac of a codfish.
Yeah, honestly, it wasn't bad. I don't think I would order it again just because, I mean, I wasn't disgusted by it or anything, but it's like, am I gonna really pay this much for something that I'm like, yeah, it was fine,
Yeah.
you know? So yeah, that's.
Well, I paid for it. I bought Fran's sushi dinner, so. But I guess our friend really likes it. Is that what it was?
No, he was like, he was asking me what I wanted, and I was like, well, let me try something I haven't tried before. And he was like, oh, have you tried this? And I was like, definitely not. So let's do it. So.
Light says, is it edible? Well, I ate it. It sounds like something my dog would say after chewing a toy apart. Oh man. Yeah, it does not sound super appealing, but I think some people do really like it. So, Lost Chain, welcome in. How you doing? Been a while, I know. I have been out and about, stuck in the real world. Finally had time to stream again today. How have you been? People eat salmon eggs as a delicacy, so it's always nice to try new things, especially if you may never try it again. Yeah, if you have the opportunity.
Exactly. I'm very much a person who will probably try almost anything if I'm not ordering it just for myself. You know, like if it's something that I know that somebody else will like, or somebody else will finish, then I'll be like, either you order it and I'll try it, or we'll order it for the table. I'll take a few bites, and if I don't like it, I'll let you have it.
Yeah. That's how I am with drinks. I'm like, Fran, you order this drink, I'll try a sip, and most likely I won't like it, and then you can finish it.
Yeah.
Lost Chain, just fine, been a long time, yeah. You're done with your studies, you're an engineer now. Congratulations,
congrats.
Lost Chain. That's amazing. That's a huge accomplishment. What a nerd. We're all, I say we're all. Me and Fran and 13 are all engineers. So welcome to the club, Lost Chain. Heck yeah. 13 wants to know if you had pig brain, Fran.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. You did have some other things. I think we already.
Chicken hearts and chicken liver. That one is one that I didn't like. Liver. It tastes like bitter, and like I usually like bitter stuff, but it doesn't taste edible, I guess. Would you try pig brain? Again, if it's something that somebody else would order and it's safe to consume, yeah, sure, why not? I'll try it.
Liver 13. I think like I've heard of other people as well that like really hate liver. I don't know. Probably an acquired taste. Can you do engineering work? Oh, sorry.
It's probably like the only thing that I ate there that I was like, yeah, this one I wouldn't even order it again even. Like other people, just because
yeah, you wouldn't eat it again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, and that's the other thing though. I will try it I guess again, if it comes to it, I have learned that my taste changed so much over time that I have tried stuff that I know I didn't like in the past just to see if I like it now.
Yeah, I do that too. But mine's with really tame things like tomatoes. I'm like, let me try a tomato again and see if I like it more this time. Kill, you do engineering work, but not an engineer, but maybe close enough. I don't know. Pig brain. Yeah, Fran also had raw horse meat and snake meat too, right? No, whale meat. Not.
Oh yeah, whale meat. Yeah.
Yeah, you ended up doing whale instead of snake or something like that, right?
Yeah, somebody else, another friend ordered it, and I was like, oh yeah,
crazy.
Sure, why not?
A chicken heart, Fran's a heartless. Oh no. Cece will order it. Order what? 13 pig brain?
No,
or liver. Oh, liver.
Yeah.
Okay. Livers are always bitter because they are the filter for things. Yeah, that's what I feel. I'm like, why are we eating stuff that has like, it's filtered out all the icky things? So why do we want to eat that? High bitterness compared to other parts. Liver's too grainy. When you come down here, it'll take you to Korean intestines restaurant. That's all they sell is intestines. Oh no, Cece does like pig brain, Fran. I was right.
Oh, do you like pig brain? 13?
He says no. But that lengua is so good. Sorry, so good. Light brain is the one thing you will not try after reading stuff like Mad Cow Disease. Of course not.
Yeah, that's the other thing that I'm like. I mean, how safe is this to consume? You know.
I think in Japan they're really, really careful, but maybe other places could be more iffy. Using the brains of an animal can help with skin preservation, so you'd rather use it for that. You've had horse too. It's like beef, but not as strong, more chewy. Yeah, I didn't end up trying the horse meat because it was raw. I feel like if it was cooked, maybe I would have done it. But apparently it's like only a thing to eat horse meat raw in Japan. Like they never cook it. They said it would be too tough if they cooked it. Did you eat cow tongue? I think I did try cow tongue finally when I was there. But yeah, I don't know. I just am not adventurous when it comes to that kind of thing. Are we talking about food? We are. We had lots of different new foods when we were in Japan. So pig brain is a Chinese thing. Okay. Like it's very chewy when cooked. Yeah. Like eating the fat of a lamb. Oh, I don't think I would have liked that then. I don't like chewy texture at all in meats, especially. Here in Chile, we have something called hiatus, that is stomach of the animal or intestines, and it's pretty good, but it's not for everyone. Most people don't like it. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know if I would be brave enough to try it. 13, you stopped your ranked game to talk about food. Wow. We really pulled them in. Well, we'll quickly go over this slide then. This is some art pieces that I saw around. I really liked this owl and the title was Sleeping Philosopher, which I thought was very cute. And then this is a sculpture of literally a loaf of bread, and the title of it is also bread. So I had to get some picture of those. But now more pictures of food. So sorry for making everybody hungry. Intestines are actually pretty good. I also haven't had that before, and I don't know if I would. Like, you've heard of it before? What was it? Guatitas or something? Fran, have you heard of that?
No.
Guatitas. Guatitas? G-U-A Guatitas? Okay. You've heard of that as well as sheep's stomach? You've heard a lot of people grow up on it. Bread and owl. Yeah, bread and owl. It's like me and Fran. Bread and owl.
Yeah, because I love eating owls.
Shut up. You love owls. I love bread. Reminds you of the bread puns in Owl House Season 1. Oh man, I don't remember. Some good looking Ragu beef, some lovely burger. Okay, so this burger is from a chain in Japan called Moss Burger. Like,
really
they obviously have McDonald's and KFC. Like, certain American chains have made their way over there, but Moss Burger is like Japan's burger chain. Maybe they have other ones. But Fran had this during a previous trip to Japan, and he was like, oh, I really liked it. You have to get it. So we finally went one day, and I got this burger.
Listen, I did not say that.
You brought it up all the time. Yes, you did.
I brought it all the time as something that we need to try, but I didn't say that I loved it. I only ate it like once on my last trip.
Okay, whatever. But he was bugging me all the time to try it. So we finally went, and they did have an item on the menu that I was excited about. Like, look at all the cheese coming off of this. I think it was like a Gouda burger, and it had some really good sauce on it. They heated up the buns. They were all nice and warm. So like all of that was delicious. The burger patty itself did not taste like hamburger. I have no idea what it tasted like exactly, but it did not taste like a burger, and I was really put off by it, and I was like, yeah, I'm probably not gonna get that again. Like, it's a shame that everything else is so good. Like, how can you not get the patty right on a burger? Like, that's the main thing. So yeah, I'm not gonna probably do Moss Burger anymore, but you know, had to try it when we were over there. There's also, this was our first katsu that we had at a place called Tonkyu, something like that. So that was really good. This is some like steak that we ordered. Oh, Fran's thing's kind of covering it, but you can see this little one. So these steaks came on a hot plate, and then this round thing right here was especially hot. So if the meat wasn't cooked to your liking, you could actually like take the meat and put it on here and cook it longer, which was a really cool experience. These are just some fancy desserts that we had. And then this was one of my favorite snacks that they had. I think it's specifically in Lawson. Do you remember, Fran?
Yes.
Okay, specifically in Lawson, because you know there's Lawson, 7-Eleven, and Family Mart are the main three, and then like Mini Stop is also like pretty big as well. So every time we went into a Lawson, I always picked this up. It was like the I thought it was mochi at first, I think, when I got it, just like based on how it looked, but then when I opened it, I was like, oh, the texture. I remember actually posting this on the Discord and Killian being like, I would not like that at all. The texture, to me, I called it a combination of a pancake and mochi, like super squishy, and it had a mixture of like cream flavored and strawberry flavored filling. Oh, it was so good. I probably had like 5 of these when we were in Japan, not all on the same day, but just like spread throughout. Oh man, anytime we were like having a rough like travel day or something, it was like, oh, stop at a Lawson and get a little pick-me-up, my little Anya bun. So yeah, I love having
something
those.
to take the edge off, you know.
Yeah, sure. What was your worst food experience? Oh, we will definitely talk about our worst food experience, 13. I think we were both a little like, yeah, it was a very awkward situation. Not sure if you put the ones you didn't like as much on your PowerPoint. I don't think we took any pictures of our worst food experience. Like, it's not that they're not on here. Like, we don't have them at all. But we have pictures of similar food, and so when we get there, I think we'll tell you guys about it. Can't believe this isn't a Prezi, TBH. I've never made a Prezi before. And also, I tried to make this as quick as possible because there's so many pictures. Like, I couldn't take the time to spend, like, I don't know, making everything perfect. It's what Fran tells you every time he logs into Valorant.
What is it that I tell you every time I log into Valorant?
I don't know, your worst food experience? Dude, just talk about that all.
I've only talked about it like once. I don't remember.
Okay, so 13 knows the story. Light says, so gooey, so lush, so soft and yummy, you want one? Also, fun fact, the fast food chains have different menu items.
How much I love Moss
not being
Burger.
allowed.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Some food chains have different menu items due to some chemicals not being allowed in Japan. It's really interesting. I always thought that they just changed them for different regional tastes, but I didn't think about the fact that like laws might be different for different foods, but that makes a ton of sense. What kind of beef was it? I think this was just some kind of steak. Like, it wasn't any kind of fancy, like super expensive beef. This was just going out to lunch with some friends. Soup dip pork, rice cucumber, soup dip pork. I don't think we had pork in any of these pictures, but not almost every meal, but it was really common for meals to come with like soups, even if you didn't like want soup. Like, you can see soup here and rice on the side, soup here, rice on the side. Like, there's other places as well. I know there's a picture of some food later, and at that restaurant, Fran was like, I wish that they had just the thing. Like, I don't want a whole meal with soup and all these other things. Like, I just want the bowl of stuff.
That one was because it was so expensive.
Yeah. Well,
I was like, if they could have brought down the price if they would just have given me this.
What happened with the pat redeem? Did you try to do a head pat and it didn't work, or? I didn't think that I had turned it off. If it's off, I should check and make sure that's not the case. I thought all that should be working, but I don't know. Ironic that you had beef tonight as well. Hopefully we're not making you as hungry then. Well, I think I did not do your hydrate from 20 minutes ago, so let me do that real quick. Thank you. Don't know what specifically happened to the pat, but it didn't work a lot of the time. I tested it, like it works on my end. There might be like some issue with the link to the redeems or something though. If you guys have been redeeming them and it's been taking your points and stuff, let me know and I'll do it manually. I know it's not as good, but I feel bad if it's been stealing your points. What were we gonna tag you? Oh, I was just talking about the Anya bun. Like, remember you said that, oh, you wouldn't like that texture because it's so chewy. You want one? I'm sorry, Chibi. Finally done with your degree. Oh, so good, Lost Chain. Really, really proud of you. Killian really wanted someone to understand the Prezi reference. That's just another type of presentation, right? It's a reference? Yeah. What's the reference?
I don't know if there is somebody who's famous for using it or something. I don't know.
Gotta hydrate from Lost Chain. Thank you. Chopsticks are amazing. I agree with this. I actually prefer chopsticks as like my main utensil. I probably don't use them as my main utensil, but they are my favorite eating utensil to use, even more than forks, Fran.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, I don't know. I just think they're more precise. A lot of chemicals are banned in Japan. That's probably why all their food is so good. Everything has to be fresh. Last time you learned to use them when you were young, but it was hard at the start, but after some time you got the grip of it. Got the grip of it. Is that partially a pun? Play on words a little bit? Maybe I'll do a video explaining it, but there are plenty on the internet, but you can get technique practicing. Yeah, for chopsticks, for sure. Put me in jail. I changed jail, right? We're doing a pin now. Man, it's been so long I can barely remember. All right, I'll be the guinea pig for jail. Ooh, hold on. Oh, I did something weird. That's what I need to do. No. How do I pin it? I forgot how to do it. What the heck? Oh. Like this? No. Whoa! Look what I did! Okay, I accidentally somehow both pinned her way below the pin and also gave her some momentum, so she's swinging around and around. I don't know how to stop it. Okay. Well, she will automatically drop after 5 minutes, so hopefully it's not too distracting. I don't know. Okay. I'm a little bit behind on chat. Hopefully I can catch up soon. Can't redeem it. It's off. Oh, I actually did turn it off. Okay. Am I able to fix that? Yes, I am. Why did I turn it? Oh, there was one day where it wasn't working. What if it isn't working? I think, yeah, something happened and it stopped working. I think it was the, probably had to like close out of my avatar program, and when I reopened it, that it wasn't working, but now like everything is loaded up correctly today, so I think it's okay. So yeah, let me put it back on. Where, pet. There we go. And Hamtaro is gone too. There's Hamtaro back. Make sure I'm not missing anything else. Okay. I think we should be good now. I'm gonna turn off the Aurora for now. Hydrate's fine. Okay, cool. I think we should be good to go then. Did somebody already test it? Is it working? I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna keep catching up with you. Oh, Dark Flame's been following for almost 2 years. Dang. Not everyone knows Prezi, at least in your experience. When I think of Prezis, I think of like fancier presentations. Fran, get her Christmas style chopsticks or Hamtaro chopsticks. Oh, that would be cool. Be adorable, yeah. With a little charm on the end. Actually, I don't think I've seen that before. Chopsticks with a little charm. Seems wildly uncomfortable for Peach. She's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh. Or it'd be the new TikTok trend of she was a fairy. I don't know that one. You are now imprisoned and can never leave us again. Yeah, I'm guessing Peach wishes that she was not imprisoned. That's what you said earlier. It wasn't working a lot, so it's disabled. Yeah. I don't think I would have remembered though if you hadn't said it, Killian. So thank you. Leo, welcome. How you doing today, Leo? Good to see you again. Thanks for giving a shout out, Chibi. We are very slowly making our way through some pictures. I do think we need to pick up the pace, because we're, I don't know, like a seventh of the way through, and I don't know. I don't want to be here until midnight going through pictures. So on to week 3. So we did go back to Tokyo proper for just a couple days before then heading further south. And so begins our themed cafe adventures. It starts off with the Square Enix cafe, which we were excited about.
Well, kind of.
We were excited to go to the Square Enix cafe. What we didn't know is that it was, what's it called? Star Ocean?
It's yes, but do you forget the important bit though?
You can share that if you want. I didn't know if it was embarrassing.
Oh, it was so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. Poor
Fran did think that the Square Enix cafe was having an FMA collab while we were there. And so that's why we got reservations to the Square Enix cafe. And then we get there and is it called Star Ocean? I can't remember.
Yes, you got it right. You got it right.
Okay. We get there and it's Star Ocean instead, and we're like, I've never heard of Star Ocean before. Fran, apparently you played it when you were a kid.
Do you know what have I told you my Star Ocean story?
I don't think so.
My Star Ocean story is that I rented it from Blockbuster once. It was a PlayStation 2 one, and I remember enjoying it until my save file got corrupted and forced me to play from the beginning, and I was like, I'm out.
Oh, no.
I ain't about this life.
Yeah, that happened to me in Link to the Past as well. So hard to get back into it after that. Leo, you're at work getting reprimanded for doing your job. Wow. That sounds really crappy, Leo. I'm sorry to hear that. Are you at least almost done with work for the day? I hope you get to go home soon. Ooh, excuse me. Like, short fishy update, you now have over 100 plus, and you've actually lost count. Oh my god, your females are now only down to 2 instead of 3. Sadly, 1 did pass. Oh. However, she gave a lot of babies before doing so. She did amazing and was a good mother. Also, you have a rare one, an albino one, extremely rare, and a hybrid of your babes. Oh, that's super cool. Like, what the heck do you do with 100 fish, though? Like, are you gonna keep them all? Hey Drax, welcome in. How are you? How was my streamcation? It started out really good. Everything in Japan was amazing, and then I got home and everything fell apart. And I've been drowning for the last 3 weeks, but pretty much all of that has passed now, and everything's back to normal. I can breathe again. But it's so good to be back. How are you, Drax? The cheesy 10-yen coin, you knew about it. I had never heard of this before. How was it? You hear people say it's crispy yet gooey. What does it taste like? It's like a sweet pancake with cheese in it. It wasn't that crispy. The cheese pull on it was awful. I would not get it again, unfortunately. Maybe other places do it better. We did get it at a very touristy place in Harajuku. So I'm sure that there are better ones, but yeah, I wished we had gotten something else. Starry time, yeah, Star Ocean. Or are you saying story time? Story time? Story?
Because I told my Star Ocean
I don't know,
story.
but what if you said that before? Maybe. I don't know. I think she was just old, honestly. Your fish. Oh, light. Chibi, you're not tired? If you need to sleep, you can sleep. Drax, things are good. Holidays are always rough with work, so you will breathe easier in January. Oh, good luck getting through everything. Things are definitely positive. Hoping for more puppies in February-ish. Ah, I love hearing about all the puppies. They're so sweet. Starry time was a Star Ocean pun. Aha! That was my first thought. Okay, so yeah. Fran thought it was an FMA collab, which is why we had the reservation at Square Enix Cafe. We were very excited. We sit down and we start looking at the menu and it's all Star Ocean stuff. And Fran's like, what the heck? What the heck? I don't understand. And we go back like trying to search Google for like where's the FMA collab? And at first, nothing is coming up. We're just like, did we make this up? What's going on? And I think Fran finally found somewhere that it was like mentioned that, oh, actually that was the previous year. It was 2022 when they were doing an FMA collab. And then I think we finally found the original website that Fran had gone through to make the reservation. And it's the Square Enix Cafe website, but for some reason it was on the 2022 page, but the reservation link still works there. Like works from that page, so you can make a reservation for what you think is FMA, and then it turns out to be Star Ocean, which was disappointing, but also like I still had a good time. I think I was really trying to be positive since Fran was so
we had a great time playing Smash and Pass with the Star Ocean characters since we didn't know any of them.
Yeah, I did read a lot of like lore backstory to the characters and stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, this drink was fun. Like you mix the syrups in it and it had like gold leaf in it and stuff. Like that's kind of cool. This was the first of many hamburger steaks that I got, and this one was actually cheese filled, so that was kind of cool. Like I already knew about the 10 yen cheese coin thingy. Behind Fran's pudding is some kind of breakfast item that I got one day, and it's kind of like oatmeal, but I think made with some kind of rice or like similar grain to rice instead of like oatmeal or whatever. So I enjoyed it, but there was red bean paste on it, and I actually do agree with Light this time. Like the red bean paste was too sweet, so that was a little bit much for me. And then this was some ramen that we had that we both decided was like okay, but like
that king of
pile
ramen,
of garlic, yeah. Pile of
Jiro
garlic
ramen. It's the most sweaty filled. That one I decided to go because I went to it a couple times while I was there last time, and man, at least maybe my memory was faulty, but at least it wasn't as good as I remember it.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm glad that we still tried it. Like you're setting up a 5th tank downstairs so your granddad and mom have something nice to look at. Oh, you're sorting it out closer to Christmas. You're gonna put in sand, gravel on top, then live plants. 80 of the fish are going inside. Wow, this is gonna be a big tank. They'll have fresh bloodworm, lots of fresh plant life that will give off O2 and other good bits, vitamins for them. Some of your babies have small glow on their sides, aka they shine neon blue as they turn. Whoa! They all have unique tails, and some are even split tail colors. So some have a black tail that ends in a spotted yellow tail. That sounds so cool. It sounds like maybe, do you have almost a whole rainbow of fish colors in there? Rant over, no. Sorry, the cheese hole of the coins suck. Did you try one of the fish pancake thingies? Like cheese coin, but sweet, not savory. Wait, you did, Fran?
The fish, I'm assuming they're talking about taiyaki.
Oh, I assumed it like had fish in it. I don't know.
I guess we all wait for them to.
Yeah. The old tank is one of Ponyo's and Sosuke's tanks before they moved out. Oh. Okay. So next, one of the cool things that we got to do was go down to the Unicorn Gundam statue. I was hoping that Blade would be around for this. I think he's somewhere lurking. But obviously I was thinking of Blade a lot here in the Gundam section of our trip. So this is in Odaiba, which is like close to the water in Tokyo. And the Gundam is standing right in front of a mall. So the Gundam base shop is in there. So we went and looked around. They have so many Gundam models set up everywhere, which is really cool. And then, yeah, okay, you guys can see it. This one down here is, I believe, the actual Unicorn Gundam. Like this is the actual space outside the mall. So they made it in miniature form inside the store, which was kind of cute. So yeah, you can see that's why the wall back here matches the wall over in this picture, because this is the mini form. So the unicorn horn does split apart like as it transforms, which I thought, I don't know, it just doesn't really make it a unicorn anymore once it does that, but it has a little like flashing light show at night, which is I don't know. It was neat enough, I guess.
Oh my god.
Look at, there's a giant Haro. This is Fran. See how tiny he is, T-posing for some reason. That's how giant this Haro is, just like floating in the air. The only reason I knew what Haros were at all is because of Blade. So I was really happy about that. And I ended up getting a little Haro figure to put together. It's called Haro Paw instead of Gunpla. So that's going to be an activity that I get to do eventually. But yeah, that's all thanks to Blade, which is really cool. And then this is my favorite Gundam that we saw there. I have no idea why, but it's like a macaron themed Gundam, so it has macarons on its feet. I thought that was really cool. So, Gundam! Blade, get your butt in here! Oh, you're gonna clip it for him? Thank you. T-posing is important, says Killian. Oh man.
A good reference.
This was some more of Odaiba. So a few blocks away from the store, like you can kind of walk along this path that has some really pretty sights of Tokyo. So this is what you can see if you walk around that same area as the Unicorn Gundam statue. You can actually walk all the way back to New York City and catch a glimpse of the Statue of Liberty from there, which is really neat. Obviously we were there around sunset. We strategically went around sunset because the Unicorn Gundam has a little show that it does during the day and then a different show that it does at night. So we're like, oh, we'll catch the last day show and the first night show, and then we get to see them both. So in between, we walked around here. I took a picture of this because all these cranes in the background kind of looked like Star Wars-y to me. Like, I don't know. It looks like some giant machines or something off in the background. Then this was like sunset again, or I guess just after sunset in Tokyo. Yeah, that Statue of Liberty. And then this was some more food that we got while we were in Japan. Some crepes. So chestnut is actually a huge thing in Japan, especially in the fall seasons. I think this might have been hazelnut, but actually, where was it? Back here. This is like a chestnut cream thing that's on there, and I did get a chestnut crepe at one point as well. But yeah, I think this is a hazelnut one. This was a cube toast that I may or may not have ranted about on Discord. I don't know. I really, really like this cube toast. Obviously, like lots of creams and sauces and ice cream on the top, but also they pre-slice it. Like you can kind of see the slices down the side here. They pre-slice it and they soak the bread with butter. It is so good. Oh my god. Fran and I ate this entire thing by ourselves, and it's like a whole loaf of bread like that we just ate. It was amazing. This is more katsu, takoyaki. This is, I believe, another on Mitsu, but like a much less fancy version that Fran had while we were there.
Yep.
Chibi, you should get around to putting that Haro figure you got together too. I didn't know you had one. We could build them together or something, Chibi. That would be fun. We could like hop on a Discord call and be like, okay, how's it going for you? Did they heist the New York City statue? Yep, this is exactly the one from New York City.
Well,
definitely
yeah, it
not
is
smaller.
Well,
definitely full
Japan
size.
and New York City aren't that far away from each other.
Okay.
You can see it
Halloween
from...
food. Yeah, we were there over Halloween, so there was some Halloween things around. That is illegally delicious looking. Yeah. Definitely this was really good. And I ate this. I liked this, and I think Fran had the takoyaki at the time. I mean, almost everything we had was amazing. So you love the little ghosts. Yeah, the decorations are cute. They use like little wafer cracker thingies a lot as decorations, I think, because they're just easy to cut shapes into and stuff. So they're not a lot of flavor, but they're adorable. Always wanted to try takoyaki, OMG. I did not try takoyaki when we were there. That's one of the things I didn't go for. A whole loaf of bread is like breakfast. Okay, so not a big deal to Killian. Well, it was a lot for us, but totally worth it. So good. Just across the pond from each other. Ah, yes. Japan and New York, everyone's favorite neighbors. All right, so our next themed cafe was the Final Fantasy Cafe, separate from the Square Enix Cafe. So we went here as well, just thinking it would be like general Final Fantasy, but it turns out that it was like specifically Final Fantasy 16. Is that the one that they're on now?
14.
14? Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it's the
not me
MMO
just
one.
skipping to. Okay. So yeah, both Fran and I do not play that game, so we didn't really know what all this stuff was. I mean, the decor looks cool. Obviously this, oh, it's behind Fran's head. I'm gonna make it bigger. This is my favorite bit of decor, like all the little chocobos and moogles, and I guess only one chocobo, but like the moogles doing all this, like this guy's going crazy partying, this one's got a little harp and stuff. One of
them is drinking.
So yeah, I enjoyed that part of it, but the rest I was like, oh, I mean, even this otter thing, like I don't really know what that is. It kind of felt bad. Yeah, if it had been more general, like I could have at least enjoyed some of the other Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 10 stuff. When does 15 come out? I thought it was already out.
15 came out a while ago.
It did already come out. Okay. Are they not on to 16 already?
Yeah, they're on 16. 16 came out a few months ago.
Okay, yeah. So they are on 16, but this was themed 14. Okay, okay.
Because 14 still is getting updates because it's an MMO.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Killing, you don't like Final Fantasy 14? I don't know. It feels like some people get super, super into it, and then other people are just like, yeah, I've never played that game, so... So that was some of the decor. This was some of the drinks that we got. Get some water. Fran, do you remember what this drink tasted like with the cotton candy on it, or no?
Sweet.
Okay, it tasted sweet. Mine was like a tea latte, I think, or hot
Yes,
chocolate.
Definitely. No, yours was a tea latte. Speaking of cotton candy, did you have a picture of that, or
no? Because we didn't have a picture of just the cotton candy on its own. We did get a giant cotton candy when we were in Harajuku as well, like one of those rainbow ones. That was huge. Fran was suffering. I made him help me finish it, and he's like,
I don't like cotton candy.
The Moogle's drowning. No, he's floating. He's happy. So yeah, this is a cute little Moogle marshmallow. I thought this was really pretty too with the rose in it. Those were good. And then the food was super cute. So these are like some potato croquette things. If this is in front, yeah. So this is another hamburger steak. Like, the menus at themed cafes are so limited, and I don't like fish. So already that's like, okay, half the things on there, those are out for me. So I ended up getting a hamburger steak at almost every themed cafe that we went to. Oh man. So yeah, that was another one of them. These were some mochis. These did not have fillings, but they brought 3 different dipping sauces for the mochis, which was kind of neat, and they're supposed to be like chocobo. This is Fran's carbonara. That's another thing. Like, hamburger steaks and carbonara are like every single themed cafe for some reason. I don't know.
It's so popular. Japanese take on carbonara, you know? Yeah,
it's definitely not traditional. And then this was a chocobo steam bun with like a cream filling. This was really good. I like this a lot. Yeah. Killing, you don't not like it. You're neutral on it. You're a RuneScape stan. Got it. And then Wog at the end of this week. I think this was close to when we were leaving Tokyo, maybe. But so I was telling you, there's a place that has like frogs as their main decor. It was actually the place where we got the cube toast.
Yeah.
Here.
It's called Pasella.
Pasella, yeah. So this was in the lobby of the Pasella place. Like, how many frogs they had everywhere. And Fran had to get a picture with every single one. So that put the frog count, up to 12. And then Shinjuku Park. Okay. I couldn't remember the name of this place. I had to have Fran help remind me. So the main thing I remember about this park was I think this was the place that had the really nice grass with no leaves on it that we were talking about earlier. And they had a botanical garden here. So there were some really pretty things. Might spy a little Fran in that picture. And then we did get some mochi here that I thought was gonna be like really nice fancy mochi, and it was good, but I think they just brought it out of the freezer because mine was still like partially frozen. I think yours was too, Fran.
Yeah, delicious.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, it was.
Maybe it was on
good,
purpose,
but I wish it was more fresh. But can't complain. Mine was peach in the middle. I think you got matcha, so that was pretty unique. Yeah, the willow tree and lily pads. It was really pretty for sure. And this is only a couple of the flower photos. Like, I took so many pictures of all the flowers in there. Okay, and then next getting into a lot of the pop culture things. So we went to a few different Nintendo stores. They go like all out with their decor in the Nintendo stores, as you guys can see, like giant figures of all their famous characters and everything. So we got pictures of all those. They had so much Pikmin decor, which made me so happy. I did not really get, I don't think, any Pikmin stuff while I was there, sadly. I do have already a Pikmin shirt. I really like these jackets, but they were like only little kid size. And then there was a Pikmin button down shirt that we were gonna get for Fran, but the fit was really weird. Like, in order for it to fit his shoulders, the rest of it had to be so big, and then it didn't like fit him right through the rest of the torso, and it was just like, it's not gonna work. Oh well. But it was still really fun to look at all this super cute Pikmin stuff and Animal Crossing things. And
one thing, next time I go, I think I'm gonna bring even less clothes and just go clothes shopping over there, because their thrift stores are pretty sick.
High quality thrift stores for sure. Link and Isabel, yes, and the little Nicklings there. Wish you could afford Animal Crossing on a Switch. It always looks so adorable. Yeah, I love Animal Crossing. Obviously, put a lot of time into it. Fran did end up buying the same pink shirt that's on the mannequin here, so I'm excited about that. Then this is in Akihabara, which is the anime central part of Tokyo. So it's like if you want to go shopping for figurines and stuff while you're in Tokyo, this is where you're going to find tons of them. But also, because it's kind of known for being popular and also a bit touristy and everything, the prices for these figures are crazy. So everything's very expensive. I think actually this one is not from Akihabara. I think this is on the wrong slide. This is from later. We went to a city like much further from Tokyo, and they had things at reasonable prices. So I actually did end up buying this little Kirby figure while I was there, which adorable Kirby, like with little mochis, like Sakura mochis. So cute. So yeah, sorry, this one's a lie. It's not actually from Akihabara, but all these other ones are from there. I think I did share these pictures on the Discord as well. Yeah, Pokemon, FMA, Code Geass, more Pokemon, Digimon, Mega Man, like super fun things to see around. Ooh, Pokemon ones, you can kind of tell. Yeah. So, but oh man, the prices were just so crazy. So we did not end up buying any of the ones there. This is one of the shrine temple thingies that we got to go to, Meiji Jingu. This was more like off in the forest, still technically in Tokyo, but you kind of got to walk through a nice park and a lot of trees to get there, which was really pretty. They had some like bonsai stuff set up. We also went there at sunset. And then what else do we have? Oh yeah, more fun things. Another Poke Center that we went to. So this is now the third one in Tokyo, because one was in Narita, one was near the Sky Tree. I don't remember where this one is. Do you know, Fran?
This one I believe was near Shinjuku. I think this was in Shinjuku.
Okay, in Shinjuku. So yeah, all of them have different.
This is near the Disney shop, Disney store.
Okay.
This one, I think this one's the one that we accidentally stumbled upon.
So, but the Disney store is near Shibuya, isn't it?
Oh, Shibuya, my bad. Well, Shibuya and Shinjuku are pretty close to each other.
Okay. Yeah, all the Poke Centers have different, like giant statues of Pokemon there. So yeah, this one had Mewtwo there. This is the first time, Chibi, that we finally saw something Tinkaton at one of the Poke Centers. So we were very excited about it. I didn't end up buying this sweatshirt. Like every time that we passed it, I was thinking like, should I get it? Should I get it? I kind of want it. Like, you know, obviously Tinkaton reminds us of our beloved Chibi. And so if I had it, like it would make me happy. But so after going back and forth, finally at one of the last Poke Centers we went to, I kind of decided, okay, I think I'm gonna get it. But then I went over and they only sell medium and large of this sweatshirt. And I actually did check at 2 different Poke Centers and they only have medium and large or kid sizes. And that's it. And I was like, well, I don't want it to fit that big. So I didn't end up getting one in the end, which is sad, but I think we ended up finding some Tinkaton socks and some Tinkaton stickers. So I did get something Tinkaton before leaving. And this is Fran being epic fighting a dragon, obviously. And then this is in Harajuku. So wherever that that cheese coin was. That was in Harajuku, where we got the cotton candy was in Harajuku. And then one of the other main things we did here was go to the Pampapurin Cafe. This was one of the ones that was not planned. We passed by and I was like, oh, Fran, we have to go there. I need to go eat at the Pampapurin Cafe. So we stopped in there, bringing themed cafe count up to 3. None of that would fit you either. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the sizing in Japan is weird. Like, they either want it to fit baggy or it's too small or whatever. Like, not necessarily my style, but anyways. So yeah, this is all the Pampapurin stuff. They had a huge plushie display. Like, this wasn't even all the plushies. Like, there were some kids that just wouldn't get away from them, which, you know, fair. If I was a kid, I would just want to go lay on the giant mound of plushies. So I had to take a picture that was only part of it so that way I wouldn't get them in there. That's some of them. These are some of our cute drinks. Obviously, there's a theme with the Pampapurin decor. And then, yeah, some adorable foods as well. I think we both got different kinds of curry, if I remember correctly. So, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, different curries. And that brings us to finally...
Well, I think mine was technically like an omurice, but like a very stretched definition of omurice.
Yeah. That's the egg on top. They totally like burned the eggs. That's right.
Yeah. Don't go to cafes for, you know, delicious food.
Need to go there. If you want to go for the atmosphere, absolutely do it. If you think that the food's gonna be good, no. It's gonna be all right. But not anything compared to what you could get literally anywhere else in Japan. And also there is an upcharge for the cuteness, like it tends to be a bit more expensive. And I don't remember if I was gonna say something else or not. But yeah, it's fine. But definitely the atmosphere is good. So finally, we move away from Tokyo. And we spent a whole week, like I said, checking out the southern part of the country. So we first went to Nagoya, which this is the city where I actually bought this Kirby figure. So this is I don't know if it's like this in other cities outside of Tokyo, like maybe Tokyo's just too popular or whatever, but this was a place that we found really cheap figures at like stores that were specifically like selling used ones. So yeah, that was good. So yeah, we went to Nagoya. That was a stopover specifically to get more cute food, which you'll see on the next slide. And then we made our way down to Kyoto and we stayed there for a few days. And we kind of made Kyoto our base and our hotel was there, but we would make day trips to Osaka, day trips to Kobe. And then after like 6 days down here, we had, no, maybe 5 days, whatever. We also went down to Hiroshima and Miyajima Island, which is like a really teeny tiny island off the coast there. And then finally we made our way back up towards Tokyo, and on our way we stopped off at Mount Fuji. So I'm gonna go through these and hopefully a little bit quickly. So yeah, this is Nagoya. We only literally stopped here for a couple hours in between trains. I think we could have gone straight to Kyoto, but I really wanted these crepes. Before we left, Fran had showed me this crepe shop and was like, oh, look how cute. And I was like, oh, we're going there, right? And he was like, I guess we are now. So yeah, we had to go get the hedgehog and llama crepes, which were super adorable. And then we also ended up going to a science museum while we were there, which was pretty cool. I've got this little picture down here. They had this like below freezing room that you could go into. Like they kind of ease you into it. You first go to a room, I think that is 10 degrees below freezing Celsius. And then you go to the next room that's 30 degrees below Celsius. And those are the temperatures at Antarctica. So they literally had this block of ice that was from Antarctica that they kept frozen there in this exhibit. And then they had an aurora posted on the ceiling, like projected up there. So I thought that was really cool. So I got a picture of that. These are some photos from the Shinkansen train that I took as we were getting down to Nagoya. And then this is more unagi eel, because our friend also told us that Nagoya was known for eel, and Fran really likes it, so he ended up getting some. But this is the one that he thought was like too expensive, didn't want the side items, and I think he said it ended up being okay, but definitely not worth the price.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
Like, I would be fine if it was much cheaper or like this. Yeah.
Darn you, super cute food. Yeah, they made us stop off at this city just for the crepes, which were cute, but way too much cream. Like after you eat all that, you're just like, oh god, I do not feel good. But I think that's just how crepes are in Japan. Like they're stuffed full of cream and almost nothing else. Like I had maybe 3, I think, during the trip, maybe 4. And that was too much. So I think this might have been the last crepes that I have for the rest of the trip. Thank you for Foster Check Light. Break stretch for you too. Thank you. Yeah, the cream-filled crepes were not my favorite. I kept trying different ones. I was like, oh, here's one that has fruit. Nah, still too much cream. Here's one that's chestnut. Nah, still too much cream. Here's one that's fancy. Still too much cream. Oh, here's one that's adorable. Still too much cream. So, I finally learned my lesson the 4th time. Oh, we got a hydrate too. Thank you, Chibi. Okay. Where else? So from Nagoya, we made it down to Kyoto. So these are just some general photos from around Kyoto. Like just how the same as Tokyo has Tokyo Tower, there's Kyoto Towers. That's what this is. That was near the train station. This is a fancy little tea setup in our hotel that we had there. This is a neighborhood called Gyeon, which was like also in like the main part of Kyoto. Really pretty to walk around at night. Some fun pastries that we had one morning. This is a fully embroidered / sewn bento. So like everything in here is fake and it's all like stitched and stuff, which I thought was really cool. And this is the Golden Palace. What is it actually called, Fran?
Kinkakuji.
Yeah,
yes.
Kinkakuji. It's very pretty, but both Fran and I, thought this experience was kind of meh because you have to pay to get in, which isn't the case like with every like historical place that you visit. So I feel like this was one of the few places like that where we had to pay, so that was already unfortunate. It was super crowded because we ended up going on a weekend, and something we didn't realize going into it is that there's kind of like one-way flow of traffic around this whole lake, and once you've gone down the path, there's no going back. So because it was super crowded, I think Fran was able to snap this picture, like raising his arms and getting above everyone's heads. And then we kept walking to see if we could get a better view, or like maybe go down that way for a little bit, and then we could come back if we saw a spot opening up that was in a better place to take a picture. But by the time we kind of got further around the water, that's when we looked back and we're like, oh yeah, there's no way we can get back there. There's too many people coming this way. So we kind of like, this is one of the only photos that we got. We missed our opportunity and we just had to keep walking around the back of it. And there was some other like pretty trees and stuff back there, but we both felt like, you know, it's really famous, so I guess you kind of have to do it. It's one of those things, but there's no need at all to go back. Yeah, but it's pretty. Adriana, welcome in. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Hope you've been well. All right, this was one of our fancy dinners. We had 2 fancy dinners on the trip. One of them was in Kyoto, the other one was in Kobe, which I'm assuming you can guess what we had in Kobe. But in Kyoto, we had a tempura dinner that was, I have no idea how many courses, but we made a reservation and we were sat in a private room, and we had this very nice woman taking care of us the whole time. So she would come in and make sure that we had enough to drink, and she would let us know what the next course was going to be. And every time that she brought it out, she would tell us like, okay, it goes best with like this sauce, or like put lemon juice on it, or a little bit of salt, or all this. She told us exactly how to eat it, and it was just all these different tempura things. So Fran's had a lot of fish, and I ended up, because I didn't want any fish, I ended up getting the vegetarian version. So I got a lot of delicious veggies and tofu and other things that were fried. So that was a really cool experience. I think, Fran, would you do it again?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think both of us would. I think it was cool, and they definitely like treat the tempura very well here. I mean, I think any tempura in Japan that you are gonna find is gonna be better than in the US, but this was like a step up, you know? So it was very delicious. And then one of the days that we were in Kyoto, I told Fran we had to go to Omijingu because my favorite anime is Chihayafuru, and in the show they play a game called Karata. I'm not going to get into what it is. If you guys can look it up if you want to, but the Karata competitions take place at this shrine, Omijingu, and so once the show came out, like a lot of Chihayafuru stuff kind of like got put over in the shrine. So there's like a signed drawing, I think, by the mangaka, and there's like these plushies that were sewn and like put on a display case. These are like not characters, but like this is merch that you can buy in the show. Like this is merch that Chihaya likes in the show. I got some keychains while I was there. And inside the actual shrine, I don't think I have a picture of it. I took some videos, but I didn't have a picture. But they've got like all the Karata cards set up like all around the perimeter of it, and it's really cool. Wow, what's Karata? Yeah, good question, Killian. You gotta study up. Adriana, so nice to see you. It's been months. I know. I'm so happy to see everybody. I haven't had a chance to stream in like 2 months, and it's been way too long. It's been good too. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Have you been working on any fun projects or anything? Done some cool art and whatnot in the time we've been apart? But yeah, so this is fun. The only thing about coming here is that we had planned to go on this specific day because I went to the website of Omijingu and they have a section where you can look at different events going on. And on this day they had something called Chrysanthemum Festival. And I was like, oh, that's so cool. We get to be there during a festival. Like, I bet there's gonna be like food stalls and stuff. And it was like completely empty when we got there. And there was just some like chrysanthemum flowers that had been put around. So like it was pretty. It was nice to see the flowers, but I think we both like purposely didn't eat because we thought there was gonna be food there and everything, and then yeah, that part was a bust, but the rest of it was super cool to see. So for sure glad we went. And then here, this was one of the things I enjoyed a lot in Kyoto, was going to the palace. And I think partially just because of how few people there were there, I really enjoyed like walking around and just kind of having like such wide open space. It's not really like that at all in Tokyo, like there's no space for that. So yeah, it was cool to go to this place. And we also well, I was gonna say we were following like a guided tour. I think you could get a pamphlet that had like all this information on it. And so I was like, oh, Fran, we're gonna go around and I'm gonna teach you all these things. But then they literally had signs at every single stop along the guided tour. So you could just read the sign and it had the exact same information as the pamphlet. So I would start reading and be like, okay, Fran, did you know blah, 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 blah. And then he would finish the sentence for me because he's like, yeah, I can read it right over there. So that felt a little silly, but yeah, it was super pretty, and just a good experience because we kind of felt like we had it to ourselves. And then this was the monkey park, also pretty close by, in Kyoto. Or is it technically Kyoto, Fran, or is it like a city
it's
right
Kyoto.
next to it? It's Kyoto? Okay. Yeah, this was a lot of fun as well. It was really neat having the monkeys run around right next to you. You also got to feed them, like inside this building is where you got to feed them, because they wanted to train the monkeys that, okay, you're only gonna find food right here. So it was like, absolutely do not have food out anywhere else. But if you go inside here, then you can feed them through the bars. So that was cool. We got like little apple slices and some peanuts, was it, Fran? Yeah, apple slices and peanuts.
So. Yeah.
That Fran and I fed them, and there was a lot of baby monkeys there, and we were trying to like feed the baby monkeys more than the other little guys. So leaflet, I almost forgot. This is one of the bird pictures. There's like a, I think it was a heron. We were never sure if they were cranes or herons, but that was one of them that we got. And then the view from the monkey park was beautiful. And there's another little bird that we caught in the picture, but that one was not on purpose. This monkey was playing around with some of the fish in the water. He looked up right when I took the photo, but he was literally dipping his fingers in there and like trying to grab the fish and stuff. So cute. But this place was a hike to get to. Like, first we had to even get to where you enter the monkey park, but then once you pay for your ticket, you have to walk like 20 minutes straight uphill to get up to where the monkeys are. So that was
quite the trek. Quite
the trek for sure. But I think it was worth it. We walked so much during this trip. There was one day where we walked 40,000 steps, and I think I checked and it was something like, I want to say like 20 miles or something like that. I don't know. It was a ton. And this was one of the days that was up there. We were so tired afterwards. And I think, was this the same day or was this the next? Oh no, this was definitely a different day. This was the Fushimi Inari shrine where you're basically just walking through what feels like infinite of these red shrines. And so that's really cool. This is also up a mountain, like you can see it, the steps here, like as you're walking and going through all these shrines, like it's all uphill. This is the map of it, like you can see how far they go. So I believe we made it all the way to the very top.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, which also was, I think, worth it. If not only for the experience, but because the higher up you went, the less people were there. So it was easier to like, I don't know, get pictures and also just feel more at peace.
We also got accidentally roped into a ceremony.
Not roped in, invited.
Well, that's kind of okay. The same, no?
I don't know. You're acting like, I guess when you say roped in, it's like, oh, I really didn't want to, and they forced me. I think we were both like, oh, this is kind of cool. What's happening? No?
Yeah. No, definitely.
Okay. But yeah, we heard this like singing, chanting. I think it was kind of around where this picture was taken, and I was trying to figure out where it was coming from, and I was like filming so that way I could kind of get the audio on film and stuff. And this little old lady comes out from, I have no idea where, and I thought she was gonna yell at me for filming, but instead she shows us where the chanting is coming from, and it's this tiny little like not a house, but like an enclosure, I guess. And she opens the door and like points for us to sit down. There's 2 little benches in there. So Fran and I go and sit, and we got to watch this guy doing like a ritual with some chanting and lots of bowing and things like that. So that was kind of a neat thing we got to do. I took these pictures, or this picture of these shoes, because he was wearing this style of shoe, which were very like chunky. I don't know what it's called. And I know this is really tiny for you guys, but he was dressed like this as well. But yeah, that was a really neat experience that we got to do. And it was very beautiful here. I do think this is like something worth doing, but I would recommend like walking up higher to see the other things, because so many people just stay down at the bottom, and that was so crowded. Yeah, definitely much better going up. And then this was some of the best fog, and the whole trip was here. Because look at this magnificence. Giant shrine right behind you, 2 giant frogs, smaller frog in the middle, and they have baby frogs on their backs, like so cute. And there's a couple other ones around here too as well. Head out of the way, there's a frog peeking out. So yeah, lots of frogs at Fushimi Inari. Kitty, yeah, there was a little kitty that we saw there. He had a little stubby tail, but he was very sweet. He sat down right next to a bunch of people, and there was a little girl that started petting him. It was adorable. Invited Fran, the introvert, who can't say no. I don't think Fran's as introverted as me, but yeah. At first we just thought we were in trouble because we were like, oh, what's going on? So people in Japan are super kind. Some suck, yeah. A lot of older people, you don't like foreigners, but most of them treat others like their family. You love that. Wish the UK society was this lovely. Yeah, it's always like there's some really kind people and some not so kind people in every culture, but the ratio of that definitely changes. These are some of my favorite photos I think that I got during the trip, was all around Kyoto, just like this gorgeous hillside with all of these trees that were turning for the fall, and like the river there. Like, look at this picture with the Japanese, like very traditional looking fishing boat on there and everything. Like, oh, so pretty, in the sun on the water and all that. This is a bamboo forest that we took a walk in. We meant to get there earlier so that way there would be less people. We did not manage to get there early enough, so there was tons of people. And I also thought it was a lot bigger than it actually turned out to be. So we walked to the end, and I was like, okay, when does the forest start? And Fran was like, that was the forest. What are you talking about? I thought it was entrance to the forest, and then you could go further and like get to the actual thing. But no, apparently it was a very small forest. So we miss Japan. Love the bamboo forest so much. It was really pretty. I just wish it was bigger. Do you have any plans to go back sometime, Leaflet? That sun glare, those boats, amazing. Yeah, this is one of my favorite photos that I took. Oh man. I have no idea how you get to like do this boat ride though, but I think there were people riding in there and he was taking them somewhere. That would have been a cool thing to get to do. This is more food that we had when we were in Kyoto. I have written here hit and miss foods. I feel like these 4 on top were the hits. So these were like matcha tiramisu, I think is what they were called on the menu, but it was like a layer of like matcha powder, below that was cream, and then below that was cake. And I think they called it tiramisu just because it was a layered dessert, but there's no coffee in it at all. It was really, really good. And this was some udon noodles that I had and some sushi that Fran had at the same sushi place. This is where I had my first quote-unquote sushi, which was hamburger steak sushi, an abomination, but I just thought it was so funny that they had this on their menu. So I had to order it, and yeah, it was just a piece of like ground beef with a dollop of ketchup on it and some rice. Oh my god. I mean, it was fine. You just posted cringe.
Yeah.
Well,
this is what I had to live with for a full month.
Fran, it was funny. It was funny. And I still feel like this is better than corn mayonnaise sushi, which is what Fran got down here.
It was cheap. It was 100 yen. I was like, yeah, why not?
Yeah, because he talked about getting the corn mayonnaise bun the entire time.
I did want that.
I posted that on the Discord. You can at 7-Eleven or any of the convenience stores just get a bun. It's like a long bun, you know, like almost like a hot dog, like a hoagie bun. That's what it's similar to. And it's cut down the middle, and then they just stuff it full of mayonnaise and corn. And the whole time, Fran was like, I'm gonna get it today. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get it. He never got it, so he ended up getting
I really did want to.
I don't know. It did not appeal to me. Aurora the photographer. I did my best. I did my best on this trip. I feel like I got some good pictures, but I also think I'm the worst at taking pictures of food. Like, out of all the things you could take pictures of, I just feel like the lighting's never good when I do food pictures. Did you miss it? I don't know, Miss What 13? Guess she couldn't see the forest for the bamboo. Pretty much, Chibi, pretty much. Those matcha ones are big with influencers, actually. I think that's how I saw it. I think I saw it on like a video, and then it was in Kyoto. We were gonna be in Kyoto anyway, so we went, and it was really good. It's horrific. I think both of these are really bad. I didn't know where else to put these, but this was one of the times that we got to go down to Osaka. So Osaka is a pretty short train ride from Kyoto, which is why we just like kept our hotel in Kyoto and just did like day trips to Osaka. This is a couple images from Osaka at night. I think the first time we went actually was in the evening. I have some pictures of it later. Okay, so this is also, I think, in Osaka. Sumiyoshi Taishi. So this is the name of this whole shrine area, but like the main thing here is this bridge, which is really, really pretty. And I think it's hard to tell from this far away, but the angle of this bridge is so steep that when you're going up this part, it almost feels like you're walking up a ladder. So that's kind of like neat architectural thing. And then there's just some beautiful like shrine architecture around this whole park area. I think we also thought there might have been like a festival or something going on here. And there were food stands here, but it wasn't like big. I don't know.
Yeah.
You love the bridge. Yeah, it was really pretty. Like we took some photos here and we took some photos around. And then finally when we got to this photo spot, I was like, oh, this is where you're supposed to take pictures. So glad that we got that one. Okay, still in Osaka. These are photos from Osaka Castle. So we did Kyoto Palace, but this one's a castle, and the castles specifically have to have the moats and the walls, otherwise it's not a castle. This is what it looks like from the outside, and this one we were able to go inside of. So for Kyoto Palace, which was the wide open park that I said I really liked, there you can't go inside. You just walk around the buildings on the outside, but here we got to go in. I thought I had one picture of the inside. Maybe it didn't end up getting in here, but... So this is a view from the top, actually. So you see this like golden ornament on there. This is that same golden ornament from the other perspective, like looking out. And this was on the grounds there. I also think this was like something I'm glad that we did, but we went too late in the day. I think we only had just over an hour to like look around in there, and it was super full. So like, I don't know, it being very crowded, there was a long line and felt like we were a little bit rushed and stuff like that. So I think it could have been a better experience like on a different day, like make sure we go on a weekday or something and earlier in the day and stuff. But I did think it was cool. Sadly, you do have to go now. No worries, Light. It's 1 a.m. trying to sleep a bit earlier. Oh, I'm proud of you for doing that. Thanks so much for the pictures, rants, and fun. So glad to have you back. Oh, thank you. I can
Bye, Light.
Yeah, bye, good night. And I can share these like slides, I guess, if people are interested. I don't know. If anybody does want to look at them, I can put it in the Discord for you to make sure you didn't miss anything. I'm gonna keep trying to go through these at a pretty good pace. So this is more pop culture things. This was one of the cooler Ghibli stores that we got to go to because they had this giant Totoro and No Face to pose with, so that was neato. And then there was like Capcom store there and the Godzilla store, which is where I finally got to get my Hamtaro stuff, my Goji Hamkun. So I did get a little figure, I got a little bag, and I got some little card holders as well. So very happy to have those and finally find some Hamtaro merch on our trip. Let's see. So these are a couple neighborhoods in Osaka, Dotonbori and Amerikamura. So I think Amerikamura is the place that we did on like our first night. And then we came back a different night to go to Dotonbori, but they're very close to each other. We kind of went to the same place almost twice, but just kind of like cool lights and stuff, different restaurants. We went into this video game like bar, I guess, and all of their drinks were like very nerd themed, and you could play games while you're there too. This entire wall, like it went all the way around the bar, was full of N64 games that like you could put in and play and stuff, so that was kind of neat. Lots of cool art as well. Apparently this is a very famous like advertisement, I think, in this area. I don't know.
Yes.
You'd love some more nature pics. Oh, I can make sure that I send some to you. Did I eat the entire burger? Oh, whoops, skipping ahead. I wish. I do have a picture of me like trying to take a bite of it. But okay, so yeah, that was Dotonbori and Amerikamura, and then Poke Center number 4. So this one's in Osaka. They had the 3 legendaries from the original game here. Also the starters were there, but I don't think we ended up buying anything at this Poke Center. Obviously got to keep count though. Liko Running Man. What is that, 13? Like, what is it advertising for? Okay, so this was some of the food that we got around the area. Jiggly cheesecake, delicious. Everyone rants and raves about it. It is worth all the hype. It was so good. The texture was amazing. The fluffiest, like airiest, lightest, like, oh, I don't know. We got them straight out of the oven as well. I don't know if you're supposed to eat them warm because it is kind of like souffle texture, which are made with eggs. And so when it's warmer, I think you can taste the egginess more. But honestly, it didn't taste bad like that at all. And the texture is just so good. Like, even if it was savory and tasted like egg, I might have eaten it. I don't know. But the only thing I didn't like is they put raisins at the bottom. Like, why? Please don't take your raisins out of there. But the rest was amazing. These are those grapes that I was telling you about that look giant and perfect, but the price of them is like, I don't know, maybe that's closer to $40 US. I'm not sure, but. And then this is okonomiyaki, and there's 2 different kinds of okonomiyaki. There's the Osaka style and there's the Hiroshima style. So this is the Osaka one, and okonomiyaki is essentially like a batter where you mix in like cabbage and meats and maybe other vegetables, and it's typically topped with like a specific sauce. I don't know if it's like similar to tonkatsu sauce maybe, but and mayonnaise, and then all the bonito flakes on top of it. You don't have to get bonito flakes. I didn't. And the meat inside can vary. I think we both got like pork, similar to like bacon in there. But yeah, this was really, really good. We just got it from like a street vendor and we watched him make it in front of us. It was delicious. Excuse me. And then the Hiroshima style one is pretty different. So instead of mixing the cabbage and everything within the batter and cooking it like that as if it's a giant pancake, the batter is cooked separately and the cabbage is layered on top of it. And then below the batter, there's a layer of noodles. And this one doesn't have noodles at all. So Glico is a snack company. Yeah, I didn't know that. Apparently the advertisement didn't work. Oh, they make Pocky. Oh, okay. Did I like the bonito flakes? I didn't get the bonito flakes. I'm sorry, I didn't try bonito flakes on this trip 13, so. Okay, do we wanna, I'm just trying, what time is it? 8 o'clock. Okay. Do you want to tell the story about the Hiroshima style one on this?
Now or the Hiroshima? Maybe
yeah, we can wait to the Hiroshima slide, but this is okonomiyaki.
Foreshadowing can sometimes be very, very.
Kate, welcome back from your lurk. Back for a bit. Aw, glad to have you, Kate. I hope you had a good dinner. I hope decorating went well. Everyone has been saying we've been making them super hungry with all of our food pictures, so it's actually good that you're back with a full stomach, so hopefully we don't make you hungry. Here's a picture of more food. So this is when we went to Kobe. We went in the evening, like, because we had reserved another fancy dinner. So the main reason for going to Kobe was, of course, the beef. So we went to a place where the guy cooked it right in front of us. And so this is how the steak started. And then he sliced it up into different portions and like cooked each bit of it differently, like depending on like exactly the type of meat that was there and everything like that. So it was really, really good. I feel like I'm not enough of a steak connoisseur to have maybe noticed as much of a difference as somebody else, but I still really liked it. These garlic chips, those were delicious too. Those are so good. This was like an ice cream place that we went to afterwards, and then these are just some like fun sightings around the city, I guess.
That was the TikTok one, right? The one that was like, oh, it's not cold.
Oh, yeah.
They are cold.
Yeah, this guy was saying like, oh, this is like ice cream, but it's not cold. And I think at the end of the video, he was like, well, it is cold, but not as cold as other ice cream. And we had it, and we were just...
You got TikTok bamboozled.
It's normal ice cream. It wasn't too far, though, from our restaurant, so it wasn't completely out of our way. Even wrapped up some stuff. It's all done and ready. Good job, Kate. You got a Japanese souffle pancake place here. You had to violently shake the table for Cece to take the video. Why didn't you just shake the plate? Why did you have to do the whole table? Garlic chips sounds amazing. Yes. This guy had like the sharpest knife ever, so he was able to cut the garlic super, super thin, and then he cooked that on the grill until they got all crispy. Like, why are those not just sold? Like, make garlic chips, somebody, please. Okay, and then this was Hiroshima. So we went here for to look at the atomic bomb dome, which is a famous this was pretty close to the epicenter of where the bomb went off. And I think it is the only building, it was the closest thing that was standing to the epicenter, and it's been preserved as like a historical monument now. And then across the water here is the museum. So we did go in there, which was a very heavy experience, obviously, but something I'm also really glad that we did. So the fountain outside the museum, and then some iron sculptures inside to show the difference between what the bomb dome looked like before and then after. So obviously, this looks like a lot of damage, but everything else was just completely flattened from it. It's very, very sad. So, you want to tell the story, Fran, or?
Sure, since I've been so quiet.
Very quiet.
My hands would be in the video. Wait, what?
So 13 asked us much earlier what our worst food experience was. So it was in Hiroshima, and it was while eating Hiroshima-style okonomiyaki.
Yeah. So there's this place called Okonomiyaki Mura, which just roughly translates like okonomiyaki place or something like that. And it's a really cool like building. So it's a building with 5 stories of a bunch of different okonomiyaki restaurants inside. They're all selling the same thing. It's very teppanyaki style, where the chef is in front of the grill and you just sit down. He makes the okonomiyaki, you eat it, you leave. Very, very not cyberpunk, Blade Runner, which I guess is cyberpunk. Very, very cool neon light stuff. A cool looking area. So we go in, and the whole place it's pretty busy, and we're like, yeah, well, we expected it to be busy. We're only 2 people, though. We'll probably find somewhere to sit down. So we're looking, and then we come upon this restaurant, and it has like 4 seats available, and we're like, oh, sweet, we found it cool. And the guy, the host person,
I think it was more than 4, but yeah, plenty of space.
You need to work on making your hands more invisible. Oh, you're writing text. Oh my god, that's
yeah, because I didn't want to interrupt you.
So and the host is like, yeah, come here. So we sit down. We order our okonomiyaki, and we start looking around. And we're thinking, man, how lucky was it that we found this place a little bit empty? And we look around, and first thing is that there are no Japanese people sitting at this place. It's all foreigners and tourists. And in my head, I'm like, well, that could be either A, just a coincidence, or B, maybe this place has a menu in English or something like that. It's easier for foreigners to eat here or whatnot. But then after that, very sus. So some Japanese folk walk by and ask, hey, can we sit in Japanese? They say essentially, is it fine? Is this fine to sit here? And the man says something. The host says something back in Japanese that I don't quite catch. I don't understand the words that he's saying. But the Japanese people are like, "Oh, okay," and keep on walking. And then at that point, we're like, "Okay, that's kind of weird." But you know what? Maybe it's closing time. There's some of these restaurants already closed. Maybe we were literally the last ones that were going to get served, and that's why they were kind of getting less people, less seats as they were winding down. That happens like twice more. Like some Japanese folks come, ask, hey, can we sit here? They get told something and they walk away, and this happens. And at this point, Lauren and I are a little bit like, this is a little bit weird.
Feeling uncomfortable as well.
Yeah, it's very uncomfortable.
Like, okay.
It's like, okay, whatever. We get served our okonomiyakis, and we try it, and it's very mid.
Yeah.
I would call it very mid.
I said it tasted like freezer food reheated, essentially. Like, it was below mid to me, but we did order different things, so maybe mine was worse.
Yeah, it was at least mine. The problem with mine was that there was no reason for it to be like it didn't seem unique. It just seemed like fried noodles that they just put on top of some stuff, and so pretty mid. But the last straw happened when 4 foreigners come by, and the host immediately, oh, come here, sit down, there's 4 seats available. And at that point, we're like, okay, we're getting scammed here. The food is not good. They're only serving foreigners. They're pushing away Japanese people. This is pretty much a scam. So we did something that I think is pretty uncouth in Japan.
Very, very rude.
We just put the money on the table. We didn't finish eating, and we walked out. We were just, this food is not that good. Well, there's no tipping, Chibi, in
no tipping in Japan. But I think the fact, like, that we didn't finish our food was very rude, that we didn't thank them for it was very rude, that we just left without saying anything was very rude. But I just felt so uncomfortable in that situation. I was like, I need to get out of here. I don't want to interact with the waiter anymore or the host or whatever. Like, so yeah.
It was our worst food experience, and it would have been something if the food was really good and then be like, you know what, like we'll finish, we'll chalk it up and leave. But the fact that food wasn't good either was kind of like,
yeah,
bruh.
And there was another there's another foreigner that spoke English that was like across the way from us at this restaurant, the same one as us, and I could just hear him the entire time talking to the host like, oh, this is so good, like giving so many compliments and stuff. And I was just like, has he not eaten anything else since coming to Japan? Like, I was so confused. It was not good.
It was the first thing he ate.
So yeah, we bailed on that. We tried to find okonomiyaki at like different place, see if we could make it up, but it was kind of late by that point, and so it was one of the nights we went home feeling kind of defeated.
It was such a weird experience. I had never experienced such a thing like that. Like,
yeah, the only thing I can say is just uncomfortable, like extremely uncomfortable is how I was feeling. I don't know. Rose-colored blindfolds, yeah. I don't know what that guy was thinking. But yeah, that was our Hiroshima-style okonomiyaki experience. So that's something that's still on our list to do for next time. Okay, so this is Miyajima Island, which, like I said, is a little place, really tiny island right off the coast near Hiroshima. So we took a ferry to get over here, and you get to see this really nice view of the floating shrine when you go by on the ferry. And the way that we planned this trip was that we would get there during the day, and the whole island is kind of like a mountain, and there are these I don't know, like, what are they called for that we took up the mountain?
Funicular.
Not in Spanish.
Yeah, I don't know how to funicular.
No, I don't know. I can't, like a tram on cables is what took us up there. So we took the cable tram up, and then we hiked down, and we timed it so that we would hopefully get back around the sunset, so that way we could watch the sunset at the floating torii gate, which everything did work out. It was really nice. But we had just been doing so much walking this trip that, like, doing the hike down, we were considering paying to come back, but the line was so long. Like, we would have been waiting at the top of the mountain in line for the same amount of time that would have taken us to walk down. So we just decided to walk down.
I also think
pictures,
that yes. I also think that when you they weren't allowed, like, the line, they said that they weren't doing the tram at X amount of time. Like, 5 p.m.
I think it's 4:30. Like, it cuts off. You can't do any more rides down. And I think the line was so long that the people at the end of it were not going to make the cutoff. So.
Yeah, so I was like, dang.
Yeah. But it was really pretty, obviously, up there. And the tram ride was really cool. And I think I would have enjoyed the hike down more if my feet weren't hurting so bad. This is one of the areas in Japan that has like the really friendly deer that come up to you and stuff. So there's a couple deer here that are right next to Fran. We have some other pictures with them as well. But one of the things that happened with the deer is, if you guys remember my bread gotcha from the very beginning, let me see if I can just pull it up again really quickly.
Pull it up, Jamie.
Yeah, so my bread gotcha, I had that keychain on my bag, and the whole day there we had seen so many deer, and Fran was always like, oh, you should get a picture with them, you should get a picture with them. But I was just like a little bit more nervous around them, because even though they're really friendly, like, in my mind, deer are not friendly. Like, definitely in the US, it's not like you can just go up to a deer and pet it and it's okay, and they're not as used to people and stuff. So I'm just like, no, I don't really want to get close to them. But finally I decided, like, you know what, I've seen them all day being really nice to people, so I'll go and I will, like, take a picture near these deer. So I'm kind of posing next to a baby one, and then a different one starts coming up closer to me, and I'm like, okay, it's getting close. So I close my eyes because I was kind of nervous, and then I feel tugging, and I look down, and it had popped that entire bread keychain into its mouth, and it was trying to steal my keychain, just like pulling on it. So I had to do a little tug of war with the deer to get my keychain back, and it finally let go. But I was just like, oh my gosh. It was even able to target like the fake food that I had on my bag. Like that didn't even happen at the monkey park. Like the deer somehow figured it out. Need to suplex it at 13. It was like this size. Like this is the baby one. This is like the size of one that was coming over. No.
You had to do it.
I don't want to hurt it.
Aurora, you had to suplex it.
No. So I did win the tug of war though. I got my keychain back. It wasn't broken. I still have it. So it was all good. And yeah, we did get to watch the sunset at the beach, looking at the Torii Gate, which was really pretty. A nice break for our feet as well. Yeah, I think it was a good day. And then the next day, we did so much walking this day. Was this the next day? Maybe it was a couple days later, but very soon after we went to Super Nintendo World because this is in... Oh, it's wrong on my map. It's in Osaka.
Yes.
I'm going to move this to Osaka. I actually haven't been paying attention if all those are correct, but okay, so yeah, this is in Osaka. Oh lord. How do I reset the view? It's like slightly, there we go. And so yeah, we spent an entire day here. Oh, Blade! Is Blade back? Welcome in, Blade! Or welcome back from your lurk. How you doing? What about suplexing deer? I was just talking about how one of them tried to pull a keychain off my bag and I had to do tug of war with it to get it back, and 13 told me I had to suplex it. Not a shout out for
that's
Gandalf.
A funny joke. That they should like make a show where that happens.
I don't know what you're referencing, but Chibi saw that you tried to shout him out earlier. Tried? Did she not shout you out earlier, Blade? What happened? Anyway, so this Super Nintendo World. There's only 2 rides at Super Nintendo World right now. So there's the Mario Kart one inside Bowser's Castle, and then there's this one. I don't know if you can really see it, but there's all these Yoshis that go along here, and they just kind of go around the park, like the perimeter of it kind of slowly, and you get to see some nice sights from there. Like this is a view from there where you can see Princess Peach's castle. So both of those were fun. We did the Mario Kart one twice, and Fran and I both agreed that they kind of maybe overdid it a little bit with all of the AR effects that are on there, because there's a lot of practical effects too, and it's really difficult to like see and appreciate the practical effects when all the augmented reality stuff is flying by your face. So the first time we went on the ride, he and I both focused on all the AR stuff because it's gamified, because you're in like a Mario Kart racing game. Oh, my avatar froze. And then the second time around, I was like, yeah, I'm not really going to focus as much on that. So I deliberately didn't pay as much attention to it and instead looked at the like the scenery kind of in the background. Okay, let's see if I can get my avatar to unfreeze here. There we go. Let's see. So these are some pictures from like inside while waiting for the rides. And then of course we have to have food pictures. I did count this as a themed cafe because it was a Mario themed cafe. So Fran and I both got burgers there. I had a curry burger, which was actually really, really good. The Luigi one had green curry. And then Fran got the Mario one, which I guess had like ham or bacon on it. Maybe that was the red bit. I don't know.
Yeah.
But then we got this little cake as well that was supposed to look like the bricks and everything. And afterwards I took all the toothpicks, like, because we got to keep these. So I have the Luigi toothpick, the Mario toothpick, and the little flag. And I put those in my bun, and like Fran took a picture of my little flag with the actual flag in the park. And all the workers were complimenting my hair for the rest of our time in the park. So I don't know if they just like hand out compliments left and right to everyone or whatever, but I was feeling pretty special, pretty creative. You want to eat the talking pudding? Uh-oh, Fran, watch out. Yuki's coming for you.
I'd eat myself too. Have you seen that GIF where that guy sees that video where everything is cake?
No.
It's a video. You know those videos with hyper realistic cake?
No.
You don't
Do you
know?
just mean cake? What is hyper realistic cake?
My bad. To make it look like something else.
Oh,
like
okay.
It's like a can of soda.
Like an illusion.
An illusion, yeah. It's a cake that looks like a can of soda until they cut into it. So he's watching those videos and he starts getting a little bit like, oh my god. He looks at his pillow and he grabs the pillow and it's cake. He grabs a thing next to it. It's cake. Then he looks at his dummy thick thighs. And he
oh my god.
grabs it and it's cake and he just starts eating it. And it's great.
Okay. Wow. Blade, you're all right. We're still tired after you woke up, so we went back to bed after you started looking. Okay, gotcha. I hope you had a nice nap then, Blade. 13 says that you and he are terminally online, Fran. I think that's why you get more references than me. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, you called him something else. You give so many shout outs to random, like the Gandalf thing. So many different shout outs for Blade. No. She shouted you out as Wacky Sword Guy.
Me?
No, Blade.
Oh.
Wacky Sword Guy, Blade. Yeah.
That makes much more sense.
If you ate Fran, your blood sugar would hate you. Yeah, I bet Fran's pudding is very sugary. We saw a few characters when we were there. Pretty much, I don't know, the main ones, I guess. It was kind of funny though with Mario. Like, he's off to the side over in this picture because initially he was standing next to Luigi, but there was something wrong with his eyelids and they were half closed. So he was kind of like looking either high or sleepy everywhere that he was looking. And so they had to go off in the corner and like fix his eyelids. But Luigi was doing some cool posing while Mario was off doing that. So we got some good pictures of him. He is a wacky sword guy. I agree with you, Chibi. And then on our way back up towards Tokyo, we stopped near Mount Fuji. What was the actual place? It was like
Oshinohakai.
Oshinohakai, yeah. So that's like a little mountain village that's near Mount Fuji. So we got some really nice pictures of it, but that village is very touristy. We tried as much as possible to get pictures where there weren't people, but there were tons of people in this area. So after being there for only a little while, we actually ended up walking down the street to this place. So wherever you see like the red bridge and the shrine and stuff, I totally
forgot about this. BS. This was BS.
So this is actually a ninja village, which is mostly like a park for kids to go play at being ninjas, because you can rent little costumes here, and then they have like obstacle courses or other little challenges you can do that are like, oh, this is a ninja challenge and it's like this level of difficulty, can you do it? And so they had like they actually had a ninja throwing star game, which Fran got to do. They have some like climbing stuff, they have some like aiming, throwing other things as well. So it's kind of like a cute little area, but it's definitely like for kids. We didn't really know. We kind of thought, like, we had some assumptions. You knew for sure. I just thought, like,
it was so
I don't know.
obvious for little kids.
I thought it could also be for tourists, like little kids and tourists, but it was much more little kiddie than touristy. But we got some amazing photos of Mount Fuji with absolutely nobody around. So like,
honestly, yeah, that itself was worth it.
Yeah, I mean, the other place was so crowded and like, I don't know, we were not feeling the vibes there. So I'm glad that we came to this place instead. And then also the coolest thing about this place, other than Mount Fuji, was that they actually had a ninja show that they put on live that was like, was there really any talking? I think there was like an introduction for what was going on, but during the main performance, I don't think there was any talking. Yeah, so there's like a ninja that's at home and he's protecting some very important scroll, and he knows that there's other ninjas that are coming like from the other side of political things that are trying to come steal the scroll. And so he's got all these traps built into his house, and he's obviously like a very good fighter and good at hiding and all these things. So we start off with like our ninja, and then he hears something, he's like, what was that? And then it's just kind of combat going on between these two ninjas, or one one guy's trying to steal the scroll and the other guy's trying to protect it, and like the guy obviously has advantage from being in his house and knowing where all the traps are and all the good hiding places, and then you get to watch them fight. Like they do really good choreography, and one guy even throws a ninja star for real at the other dude and it like lands on the wall and like actually sticks there and everything.
Like straight up, if he didn't dodge it, he would have gotten. Damn, I was like, that part was like, yo, what the? That is not safe.
Well, I mean, they knew what they were doing. They practiced it a lot. But yeah, so that was actually really cool. I enjoyed it a ton. They did say like, oh, you can't take photo or video or anything in there, which was understandable because there were some times when they brought the lights all the way down, so that way, you know, you couldn't see where people were going off stage and stuff like that. So if a phone was on, like, and you could see some of the light, it would have ruined it, but it was a fun experience. Hey, Peyton's here. Welcome in, Peyton. How are you doing? Oh, it's Mount Fuji from Emerald Dragon Course in Tiger Woods PGA Tour 4 to PGA Tour 2004. Ah, yes, of course. That's where I know this place from. I knew I recognized it from somewhere. How have you been, Peyton? It's really good to see you. No Luigi Death Stare. No Luigi Death Stare in Super Nintendo World, sadly. Sounds fun, honestly. Fran and I did do some of the little ninja things. Like I said, Fran did the throwing star. He also did one of those, like, I don't know. There's like ropes going everywhere and you have to try and walk through without touching the ropes. It's almost like dodging lasers, but instead of lasers, it's ropes. And there's little bells that were attached to the ropes. So that way if you touch them, the bell would ring and you would know. So Fran got through most of the way. There was a maze that we did and a little climbing wall. Oh, I almost forgot. There was a little zip line, but the zip line the zip line was obviously meant for kids because Fran and I both did it. But the zip line goes from like this pretty short climbing structure across a gravel lot and then into a sand pit is where it ends. But there's like a wooden box built around the sand pit. So there's a little bit of a lip on it. And so when you go on the zip line, as you get there, I think adults like weigh it down too much. So the thing that you're sitting on is like a giant ball. It's not just a seat. And so the bottom of the ball bumps on that wooden lip of the sandbox. And it is very painful. I would imagine more so painful for Fran than me.
Yes, quite.
Medieval times in Japan. Kinda. It was cool. North, welcome back. Glad stream's still going. Yeah, I'm trying to get through all the photos. I hope I'm not boring people too much. Like, if y'all aren't feeling this, I hope people would say, like, can you skip to the end already or something like that. It will not hurt my feelings, I swear. Like, I know that it is not fun to just like be forced to look at somebody's vacation photos. So if this is not like people's vibes right now, that's totally okay. But yeah, we're getting through. I think we're like more than 2/3 through. We're about to start our last week, so I guess that would make us 3/4 of the way through then.
Yeah.
Peyton, doing good. Found it funny we returned from our hiatus at the same time. Heck yeah. Well, welcome back then, Peyton. It's a giant weight calculation. Too much, you end up scraping on the ground. Yep, exactly. D&D went wonderfully. Ooh, good. Did you guys defeat any big baddies? What was on the agenda for tonight? Chibi having a good time? Missed hearing your voice. Oh, thanks, Chibi. So some adventures around Tokyo. Kind of actually between Mount Fuji and Tokyo, but much closer to Tokyo is Takashimaya. And one of Fran's friends lives here. So we went from Tokyo a couple days to go hang out with him. One of them was on our way back from Mount Fuji. The other day, I think we went from Tokyo down here. But they ended up having a really cool Kirby store in the train station. So I went in there a couple days, but we were always so busy. Like, I only got to stay in there for 5 minutes or something before Fran's like, Lauren, we gotta go. So that's why I kept going back over and over because I didn't get much time to actually check it out. We also ended up doing karaoke with this friend. Like, I'm super, super shy about stuff like that, but he's like, no, you gotta do it while you're in Japan. So that's where we end up getting these little hot dogs, because I was like, oh, these are a cute food that I want to eat while I'm here. They were awful. Maybe this was the worst thing I had. I do think I would say this was worse than the okonomiyaki. Like these were so bad.
I finished it, but yeah, they were bad.
And then the same friend also took us out to Hawaiian food, which, you know, I mean, I guess that's like Japan adjacent because there's a lot of Japanese influence on Hawaiian food. So something different that we got to do. I ended up accidentally ordering another hamburger steak. That's what's under the eggs there because I didn't understand.
Accidentally.
I seriously didn't understand that that's what the menu meant. So, what song did I sing? We ended up being there for like 2 hours.
She kept picking songs. He's like, "Oh yeah, I can sing this one," and then it starts playing. She's like, "I don't know any other words to this song. I don't know how it even goes." It's like, why did you pick this?
Because there's songs that I like, and I don't think about like, oh, how well do I know it until it starts coming on. And I'm like, oh yeah, actually, I guess I don't know it that well. I think my favorite one that I did was the Aladdin song, "Whole New World." I didn't pick it. Fran's friend picked it, but then I ended up like singing the female part. It was kind of like cute, you know. North, we are in the penultimate stage of the campaign, setting up for the big final battle. Your group was sent out to rescue a large battalion of orcish warriors behind enemy lines using a secret portal. Whoa. Dang, where'd you guys find the portal? How'd you figure out about the portal? Sent out to rescue a large battalion of orcish warriors behind enemy lines. So, did you rescue them, or you're still in the process of doing that? What is a Locomoco? Yeah, it was a Locomoco. That's what it was. I don't remember, like, I don't think we had English menus. Maybe we did have English menus. I don't know. I probably just didn't read it carefully enough. I'm one of those. Locomoco. What the heck? I mean, it's good. I just wish that I had eaten more different things other than just hamburger steak over and over.
She was begging me all the time to have chicken tenders.
No, that is not true.
She was down bad.
Okay, so this is our next Poke Center, the fourth one in Tokyo, which is in another completely different area. This is the Poke Center that does have the Pokemon Cafe in it. I think it's near Tokyo Station. That's where this one is. Not in Tokyo Station, but nearby. And they have a giant Snorlax Mew Pikachu there. Very cute. They also had a lot of like murals on the wall of all the different Pokemon characters. And then this was a cool art piece that they had on there, was like all the Pokemon from Gen 1 through whatever generation Sun and Moon are. They had outlines of all of them. So that's when I finally got to see Cutie Fly somewhere. It was in this Poke Center. And it was right next to a Pikipek. And Pikipek was the first shiny I ever got. So I thought it was cute that I got to take their picture together. So yeah, this is the Poke Center right outside the cafe. And we did have reservations for the Pokemon Cafe while we were there. So this is yet another themed cafe that we went to. We took so many pictures in here. Oh, I'm one of those karaoke-ers. Oh, okay. So you weren't calling me a Locomoco. You were like, oh, she's one of those. I didn't pick the Aladdin song. Fran's friend was the one picking all the Disney stuff. But yes, we did do all either English songs or Spanish songs because none of us really, like, I mean, especially me, don't speak Japanese. Couldn't sing in it. Feel like our D&D is kind of dead. I know. I'm trying to message Funkelchunk. I've messaged him in the Discord. I've texted him, and I'm like, "Can you please like make an update about the campaign?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I'll do it." And then I don't hear from him. I'm just like, "What the heck, Funkelchunk?" So I don't know. I'll pester him a little bit more, but I have a feeling that maybe nothing's gonna happen until the new year anyway. At this point. You like the Snorlax statue? Yeah, they have different statues at every single Poke Center. This one's cute. Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to think which one was my favorite. I honestly don't know.
I think I like the Zapdos.
The Zapdos, the legendaries, yeah. This was like all the wall art that they had, some of the decor at the Poke Center. Or actually in the cafe, I guess, not technically the Poke Center anymore. This is inside the cafe, so lots of like Pikachu dresses chef or waiter or you know whatever. Some signed like actual hand illustrations. I took a picture of the Piplup for Killian. I don't know if he's still here, but anytime I saw Piplup I was like, oh, Killian. And then Tinkaton is always Chibi, so North, the portal technology was developed over the entire campaign. It's not exactly made a best guess. Made as best a guess as you could. Calibrated it and turned it on. You ended up in the right area, just 30 feet up, over a fetid swamp. Ooh. Did you make it across the swamp? Rocking some Bad Bunny in Japan then. Did we do a Bad Bunny song? I probably wouldn't have. No. You guys did. They did Despacito though.
Yeah, we did do Despacito.
This was some of the other decor in the cafe. So they had all the starters as statues plus Eevee and Pikachu, and they had them set up as if they were like eating together, which was really cute. Like another Pikachu setup here. Some like smaller figurines, giant Pikachu plushies that you could take photos in front of. These are like fake hedges that were in the shape of Pokeball. Like this cafe definitely went like all out on the decor and theming and everything. Like the other ones had stuff, but this was like
some of the other ones are definitely collaborations, you know, where it's you can tell that it's, you know, just a normal bakery, but they, for the month of blank, they'll decorate it and all that.
But this one's permanent, so
this one,
and then they also had some adorable food, obviously. It wouldn't be a themed cafe without the adorable food. I ended up buying this Poltergeist and Sinisty teapot and cup. I got 2 of the Sinisty cups to go with my Poltergeist, but I'm very happy about that purchase because this is something that you can only get at the Pokemon Cafe in Japan. Like you literally can't buy these anywhere else. And it was the same thing for everything in the gift shop. Like all these themed cafes, like, oh, you can only buy it here, you can only buy it here. So I was like, yes, I need this. Were they authentic? They don't actually have anything on the bottom, so I guess technically not, but I'm still happy with them. So I had a curry. This was like a little cake dessert thing, and then Fran's food was actually really cool. Do you want to talk about all your food and your drink and everything, Fran?
I mean, so something, I guess, it was still themed over Halloween, so you can see there the menu with Gengar. Gengar was the like main themed character, and so the little story that it shows up in that little menu over there in the top right is the story of how Gengar has been invited to help out at the Pokemon Cafe, but he's up to his tricksy ways, and he stole some bread. The bread for the main course, but now he forgot where he put it. Oh no! So you ordered this food, the one that you can see there on the bottom of the Gengar, and it's a little pot with this like lid to, you know, keep it warm. But randomly, one of the people eating at the cafe, when you open it, would have the little bread inside, and so I didn't get the bread. I was very sad. But so I didn't know, okay, what would happen if you had the bread, and I don't know. It's just, I guess you eat it or something. But lo and behold, do you guys know that like Japan has some really good Pikachu costumes? Like it looks like really cool, and it's like a person like walking inside. They actually have one for Gengar during Halloween. I've never seen this one before. So Gengar came out instead of Pikachu and was just hanging around, being very cute. At some point, they were like, "Oh, Gengar, you found the bread," and he's like, "Oh no, I don't know where it is." And then so the woman asked, like, "Oh, did anyone have bread for the Gengar?" And then somebody says, "Oh, I had it." And he's like, "Yay!" And in our section, actually, nobody got bread. So I don't know if they messed up or there's a chance of nobody getting the bread. Because,
sorry.
What was that? Nobody getting the bread. So the Gengar looked very sad. At one point, Gengar does a magic trick, so to speak, where his eyes start glowing and the lights start flickering. It's pretty cool. So yeah, Gengar, super cool. The other thing that Lauren wanted me to talk about is at the far left, that drink, the Pikachu drink, it's a like lemon lychee drink, But the cool thing about it is it has pop rocks, so it feels like it's electric. So it was like, oh, that's super, super like
creative.
Creative.
To bring in Pikachu's electricity.
Yeah, so those are great. This is probably the best, most creative cafe that we went to.
Yeah. Okay, let me scroll back up. Yuki, imagine if he tried to get you a third shiny Pokemon. Oh, you don't have to do that, Yuki. You need to do Jibun Wo and then skip the song after the first line.
Our friend would have been so confused. Like,
if
what?
you were there with us, 13, we would have. Oh no, Pokemon Cafe. You don't want to eat the Pokemon. That's what one of our friends kept saying. I told him like that we had plans to go to Pokemon Cafe and all these different things, and he's like, "Why do you want to eat cute food? Like I can't eat cute food. Why? I don't know." I enjoy looking at it, but I also don't feel bad really about eating it. The drink looks incredible. Yeah, Fran really enjoyed that one. Chibi says Pokemon looks so delicious. North made it across the swamp. It was gross and horrid. Ooh, and your elven mage did not have the constitution to make it without passing out from illness. Did somebody carry you? He got a new admiration for orc toughness, though. Dang, it sounds like you barely got out of there, North. Hope you're all right. Is your character gonna be able to still fight, I guess? If you're passed out, what happens? Chef Gengar at your service. Except not, because he lost everything. Gengar's your boy. Yep. We were thinking of you, 13. If we haven't sent you the video, then we need to. You love the teapot. Yeah. I have it up on display, but I definitely want to actually use it as well. You've seen the Gengar one. It's really dope. Yeah, I put a video link in chat if anybody does want to see it. But the eyes glow and everything. If you could have a third shiny, what would it be?
I can tell you what I would want it to be.
You?
Yes. Can you guess, Lauren?
Well,
Dragonite's it's my favorite shiny.
Dragonite's shiny sucks.
Yeah, it does.
It's awful. Any ones that are just like green or so bad.
I don't think you're gonna guess it.
Your favorite shiny? Yeah. I don't know if you've told me your favorite shiny.
It's Scrub!
Oh, you like Scrub a lot, yeah.
I do like Scrub, and his shiny version is very cool. It's black and blue.
Oh.
It's like, oh shoot, this is...
Do I have it? I might have one. What I need to do, Yuki, is there was a time in the RPG channel, I believe, where we were all posting lists of like our top favorite Pokemon of every type. I need to go back in there and see what I put. I really like Snom a lot. I got a Snom plush while we were in Japan. I love it. So I don't know if that one, I can't remember if it's in there. Leaflet, absolutely love this, but it's so late. 3 a.m. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna stay around, but cannot keep yourself awake any longer. All the love, we'll try to watch the VOD. Leaflet, thank you so much for being here. It was super great to hang out with you. Really good to see you again. I'm glad that you got to be nostalgic for Japan. And yeah, I loved chatting with you today. Have a good night, get some sleep. You definitely need it. And we'll see you soon. The group made it to the hut of a swamp hag who promised to whip us a swamp cure for your character. Okay, so you're gonna be alright. The high-pitched witchy laugh, though. Are you sus of your cure, North? I guess there's nothing you can do. You're passed out, so you have to rely on your teammates, but hopefully it's gonna be okay. There's a link for that, the Poke List. Yeah, but I want to see which ones I put on there, 13. I'm just gonna have to search it. We should make a tier list of all your favorite mons. Did you not do it when the rest of us were doing it? 13, do you still have the link? This is some of the merch that you could buy. Cute little coasters and lots of plushes and stuff, in addition to the teapots, but those were all like covered in boxes, so not really cool to take pictures of. So this is what we had for lunch this day, and then it just so happened that it worked out that we were able to book the reservation for the Kirby Cafe on the same day. So we had Pokemon Cafe for lunch, and then, or no, I think it was the opposite. I think we actually had Pokemon Cafe for dinner, and this was earlier in the day for lunch, so I mixed up the order of these in the slideshow. So yeah, we had this for lunch, and then Pokemon Cafe for dinner, so this is some of the Kirby Cafe food. Themed cafe number 6 now in the whole trip. I think the car cake was definitely the star of the show. Like the presentation of it, amazing. The jiggliness, amazing. It even tasted really good too. So overall, this was really good. And then Fran and I both ended up getting these little bowls because you got to keep the plastic container that they came in. Bye y'all. There was other dishes as well where you could keep the stuff, but you had to pay extra for it. This is the only thing that you could keep that was free. And I was really like, oh, I want these, I want these, I want these. And I think the food was fine, but my bowl ended up being a locomoco after I just had the locomoco at the Hawaiian place earlier. Like, I don't know, 2 days earlier or something.
Something you'll learn about Lauren is that Lauren loves containers. Like, I don't know what is it. She just loves putting small stuff inside other stuff. And she's every like time we see something like this, I'm like, what are you gonna put in there? You're not gonna use it as a lunchbox. This is useless. And then she goes, it'll make a good dice box.
It's like, a good dice box.
The answer to everything is, it'll be a good dice box.
Okay, what about this, Fran? You 3D print an insert that goes inside that can hold a deck and dice on the sides.
Oh my god.
And maybe you could even make it like so that it stacks and then I could fit 2 decks in there.
Oh my god.
That would be cool, huh? Yeah, who doesn't like containers? Everything in its place, exactly. I want to be organized. So many Pikachus.
You guys are enabling. This is unhealthy.
Oh, the Pikachus. Pikachu's definitely like the main thing that they like to show off. So yeah, this was all the stuff that we got at the Kirby Cafe. I had another cute little marshmallow. This is very similar to the Moogle marshmallow from the Final Fantasy one. And Fran got this cool drink with some fun jellies at the bottom. These other bubble tea drinks were actually from the Kirby shop, which is in the same mall as the cafe, but for some reason, like they have a separate Kirby shop from the cafe one. Well, not for some reason. Like the cafe one is exclusive to the people who have reservations to eat at the cafe versus the other Kirby shop. Anybody can go there. So we got these Kirby drinks and I didn't get pictures, but the reason we got them is because they came with a little Kirby that you put on your straw. And so it looks like Kirby's actually sucking up the drink, which is kind of fun.
And it looks like you're sucking Kirby's butt.
No.
It's great.
Don't think about that part.
It's great.
Yuki, Snom's shiny from what you remember does not look any different from the normal Snom. Oh, that's lame. Okay, I'll have to keep thinking then. I know I like Rosalia as well. Moralul I really like, but I feel like it's probably not in the game, even in the DLC. Do you know Moralul?
Maybe you should play. Maybe you should play the Sapphire Ruby. Wait, was it Sapphire or was it Platinum? The one that they had the cute shows where you can dress up Pokemon and have them compete in cute competitions, like within the game.
I have no idea. You're not asking me, are you? Maybe someone will say. Chibi, you have so many favorites. It's impossible to pick one for each type. Yeah, I had to be very strategic with how I did it. North kind of left it at a cliffhanger there for the next session. Curtain falls. Well, I hope she didn't actually brew you up some poison, North. 13. You and Fran did it during your Soul Link. Did the tier list you mean? Or not tier list, but like saying what all your favorite Pokemon were? And we did keep the capsules. Look them up on eBay. Those containers are actually worth something. You see, Fran?
Oh my god.
Because they're exclusive to the Kirby Cafe. You can't get them anywhere else.
You're not gonna sell it. You didn't say you were gonna sell it.
No, I'm not, but I own them, so
oh my god.
I have something valuable. A piece of plastic. Alan says 13 says it's Gen 3.
Okay, so Sapphire and Ruby.
Okay. Dress Up was Gen 4.
Oh, I don't remember that. I thought the dress up was part of the cute thing. Maybe I'm conflating the two.
Okay. The costume was a later gen.
Okay. Gotcha.
And this was some of the decor in the Kirby Cafe slash these were merch that you could buy. But look at cute little Kirby sucking up the apples. There's Wispy. It took forever for me to be able to get a good picture of Wispy because there's people that are sitting like all around the base, so I had to wait till the guy sitting here was finished and left. And then this lady with her kid came and sat down, and I was like, okay, come on, lean forward, get your faces hidden. Finally, I found the perfect timing. But yeah, they've got lots of cute little things around. Even the utensils are like Kirby themed.
Lauren played a lot of Pokemon Snap to practice,
No.
pictures at the right time.
North, you remember the tree? First Kirby boss ever. Yep. He's not crying here though, so he hasn't been beat up at this point. You only know the value of the containers because Way sells them? What? So how much are they? Alright, so moving on past the themed cafes, we went to Tokyo Skytree at the very beginning, and then towards the end of the trip, we finally went to Tokyo Tower, and this is Tokyo Skytree seen from Tokyo Tower. They also had like a viewing thing to look down through your feet, so this be us. You can definitely tell, I think, that it's not as high as the Skytree, but it was also a neat experience. If you would like to, on your own time, Google Tokyo Tower. Google Tokyo Tower and check out their mascot. Just you just gotta look at it. It's something. Somebody
I don't
designed
agree with
something.
this. I don't agree with this.
You totally agree with me.
Lauren,
like they have it everywhere. They have it painted on the wall. They have it like for sale in the shops. Like I think there's places where you can take pictures with it. And I'm just like, is nobody else seeing this? Blade, did you look it up? Like, oh my god. 13 years. Oh yeah, because the way sells them. They're only like $20. Okay, why are you like only worth something? 20 bucks, I guess.
20 bucks,
Glass bottom viewing floor. Yeah, they have a similar thing at the Sears Tower. This is only one small panel. I've never been to the Sears Tower, so I don't know how big of a see-through floor that is. But yeah, they just have small windows looking down, which was good for me because I think having the restricted view made it a little bit easier, not so creepy. Napon is a bit sus. Is that his name? I didn't know that. There's actually a pair. There's a boy and a girl one.
His and hers.
Or I guess red and blue, but so that's the Skytree. And we also did get to go to Disney Tokyo when we were there. So we did Super Nintendo World and we did Disney Tokyo. We got to go with our friends. I wanted to go because I went to Disney a lot as a kid. And whenever I was in Europe, God, like 10 years ago now, I did Disney Paris, and so I was like, oh, and I gotta do Disney when I'm in Tokyo. And it turned out our same friend that like spent Brand's birthday with him and gave us all those good food recommendations and everything, it turns out that his wife is like super into Disney. So when I asked if they wanted to do Disney with us, he's like, oh, actually she would love to go. So she knows her way around the park really well. She knows like which rides are worth going on or waiting in line for. She knows like the whole fast pass system. So she was an amazing person to go to this Disney with, and it was a really fun time. I think it was like way more fun having gone with them and like getting to experience the park with them and stuff. I did feel like some of the rides felt short. I don't know if it's just because like I'm finally now going to this like as an adult versus like Disney I mostly did as a kid, but I just felt like so many of the rides I was like, oh yeah, we're just getting going, and then we go around a corner and the ride's over, and I was like, huh, okay. So that was kind of interesting experience, I suppose. North, that's awesome. A bit too much for your fear of heights though. Yeah, I'm not really good with heights either, that's why I think the small window is good, but yeah, obviously only optional if you want to stick your feet on there and look down.
No, not optional. They don't allow you to leave until you step over.
I'm just saying, it's not like the whole floor is like that. The floor would make you dizzy. Oh no. They're both named Napon. And they're brothers. Wait, what? Okay, I need to look more into the lore of this.
His and hers.
I thought one was a boy and one was a girl. They look like those makeup sponges. Yeah, a little bit.
That's what I said, but Lauren had different thoughts.
You thought the same thing. Are those Toy Story alien mochi? They are, North, they are. And they even have like the little, like you can see at the top of their heads, they're just a teensy bit pointy. That was really cute. I would say like the best ride was probably one of the first ones we went on, which was the Toy Story ride here. So when you're waiting in line, everything is giant to make you feel like a toy, which is really, really cute. And also the whole ride is gamified, but they don't, like, it wasn't like the Mario Kart one where they made you choose like, oh, do you want to look and appreciate the real stuff, or do you want to look at the AR stuff and actually do the game? Like this one was all game stuff, like you looked at a screen, and but it was fun though. Like it was really fun to do the game. So I think they somehow did this one right. Like you don't need to have all of the real stuff in there for it to be a good ride. And it was just like shooting a bunch of different things. It was kind of like a carnival game. Like you go around and do all the different, like, oh, aim at this target, now aim at this target, whatever, and you keep track of your score. And I beat Fran, and I was very proud of myself.
Yeah.
I actually got the highest out of all 4 of us that went together. So
yeah, they weren't gamers. They got their butts kicked.
Something that Fran didn't realize is that they had like different sized targets and ones that were worth different amounts of points. And generally the ones like close-ish to you were all lower points, and then the ones further in the back were the higher points. But then for some reason the ones very, very close to you were also all the really high point ones. So I
guess for little kids.
Maybe. So, but I wasn't aiming at all the ones further back. I was just aiming at the ones right in front of me. And so after the first round, like you go through several rounds of shooting at different things in like different environments. And so I told Fran about it, and he was like, "What? You didn't tell me?" And I was like, "I literally am telling you now." And so even after he knew about it,
a huge lead. She had such a huge lead, and it didn't matter.
He caught up to me, and he passed me after the second round, but I came back and I passed him again, and then I stayed ahead. So
she was using all sorts of chicanery.
13 says you need to hit aim labs.
Yeah.
He's calling you blame labs. Always good to have a local friend in the know. Yep, that friend definitely like showed us around so much. And the other one of friends, well, we met up with 3 of friends, but 2 of them were like actually Japanese from Japan. The other one like moved there later, but the 2 from Japan like always had really good recommendations, took us to cool spots and stuff like that, and we definitely enjoyed hanging out with them. I'm Nippon. This is my brother, Nippon, and my other brother, also Nippon. Nippon and Luigi Nippon, the Nippon brothers.
Oh my god.
Okay, so we're getting down to our last few days of our trip here. One of the things that we did while we were here was go to this thing called Team Labs Planet. So Team Labs is like there's a lot of different team labs, I think, all over the world, and they're all different exhibits. So this one was Team Labs Planet, whatever, in Tokyo, and it's supposed to be a very interactive exhibit where you walk through and you get to like experience the art. So like the first part that you walk through, there's actually like water above your ankles, so you have to take off your shoes and roll up your pants, and you walk through like this ramp, and then there's a waterfall at the end, and then the next room that you go to is like all made of these giant bean bags, and you have to walk across the room. It's supposed to be like a very cool experience to immerse you in the art and stuff. So there's also a room that was like full of mirrors that had all these strings of LED lights that would change colors and flash and stuff. There was another room with water in it that had these fish projected onto the surface of the water, and supposedly they would interact with the people. So as you like walk closer to the fish, they maybe will swim towards you. If you touch them, then the fish turn into flowers. I couldn't really tell if that was happening. Like I would see them move and I would see them turn into flowers, but I did not associate it with like, oh, that's when they're interacting with a person. This one with all the flowers was like a domed room, and it was projected onto the ceiling, and you were supposed to lay down towards the middle of the room, and the flowers looked like they were kind of falling around you infinitely. And then this last room was a hanging garden where the flowers were like coming from the ceiling, and it was mirrors excuse me, everywhere as well. Place looks amazing. It was really pretty. I think the experience was cool. But there was also a ton of people, and especially this day, I think we were there on a weekend. There was so many kids.
Yeah.
There was like this family came, actually I think it was 2 families, and I had both their kids there. Like it might have been cousins or something. And we were just like on the same pace with them essentially the entire time. So like every room that we went to just had these kids like running around, like making a lot of noise, screaming. And it was just kind of like, ugh. I think that definitely like affected our experience there, like especially in this garden with it being the last room, like the kids were just running around and it was, yeah. And then one thing that was also disappointing is there's supposed to be another exhibit that has kind of like these giant jelly looking things that you can touch and I think squish, and they're like lit up and they change colors of light and stuff, but that one was closed down for maintenance, and it was the one that Fran and I, well mostly Fran, I didn't know too much about it, but Fran was excited to see. Then once he told me about it, I was like, oh, I wish I had gotten. Oh my gosh, Dino! Welcome in! Thank you so much for the raid. Oh what a
God.
Sweet raid message! Welcome back, Aurora. Oh, thank you. That is so kind. Oh my goodness. Welcome in, everybody. Lefer, welcome in. And Danae Uncreative, welcome in as well. I hope you guys are all doing all right. Dino, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Playing Mario Party Superstars. Sounds fun. Were you playing with some friends, playing against computers? How did it go? Oh my goodness. I hope you guys had a ton of fun hanging out with Dino today, and welcome in everybody. It sounds like maybe you do have some background on me given the raid message, but I am just returning from a 2-week hiatus, sorry, not 2 week, 2-month hiatus to streaming. I had an international trip with my partner Fran here. Fran's the flan over in the corner. So he and I were in Japan for a month, and then when I got back, everything got super hectic with work, and there was like damage to my house while I was gone, like all these crazy things. So that put off my return to streaming for like almost another month. So finally we're back. I typically do play like retro games and stuff. I do a lot of GameCube and Game Boy Advance, Switch games as well from time to time. That's normally my style, but we're just kind of easing back into things with a just chatting stream, telling people about my Japan trip. So yeah, welcome in everyone. Really glad to meet you, and thank you, Dino, for bringing your community over here. I do appreciate it. You were schooling some chatters. Oh man, did you win then? Did you actually like? You got him good. You want to eat that flan? Fran the flan. No, exactly.
Why does everybody want to eat me? God.
Because you're too cute and delicious, Fran. I cannot blame them. Ooh, I got a hydrate from Chibi, but I'm actually out of water. I should have brought more water for this stream. I made a mistake there. He won so hard. Hey, let's go. Nice job, Dino. I don't think I've played too much of that new Mario, but do we have that one, Fran?
Which one?
Mario Party Superstars?
Is that... No, I don't think so. I think we have Super Mario. Yeah, I think we have Super Mario.
Oh, okay.
Super Mario Party.
Yeah, but I haven't played that one too much either.
Yeah, Aurora doesn't remember much about that one, but she played that one quite a bit with her cousins. She doesn't remember at all the minigame, the dancing minigame. You played so much with that game.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, on the vacation that we went to see them.
Okay, but that was like a while ago, like a long one.
Yeah, that was a while
good
ago,
one to own. The which one? The one that you were playing, Mario Party Superstars, is a good one. Yeah, I need to get like back up in all the new Mario stuff. So yeah, we're just going through some pictures from the trip. We're on week 4, coming up close to like the end of all the pictures and stuff. So honestly, probably not a bad time to come in. I have been worried this entire time that I'm like boring people talking about like the trip and sharing too many photos. I don't know. So this was like an art exhibit thingy that we went to while we were there. So These are some photos from around Tokyo Station, some food that we got to get there. North, from what you understand, the first Switch Mario Party wasn't so good, so they came out with Superstars to make up for it. Oh, okay. So we own the bad one.
Yeah, well,
perfect.
Most people said the bad one, but like I said, you had a time.
North, but the amount of people just kept the group pushing forward. Yeah, it did affect like how things went in the like art exhibition. So, and I guess Fran, did you say afterwards you heard some other people who had been to other Team Labs things in like different locations saying that this one like wasn't quite as good as the others anyway? Like I think it's still really cool, but don't go on a weekend. So
yeah. So when I went, the problem was that not when I went, like when we were leaving, I heard some people say, "Yeah, it wasn't as good as blank." I forgot the name of the other one. So yeah, I guess
there are actually some other ones around Japan. What's Team Labs? They put on these art exhibitions around the world. I think there's multiple different ones in Japan. The one that we went to is called Planet. And they try and do this like really interactive like art expo thing. So there's like water that you get to walk through. So they have you take off your shoes and like roll up your pants. And there's like things that you can touch. Like these were giant orbs that changed color supposedly when you touch them. A lot of the rooms had like mirrors and stuff, so everything looked kind of trippy, and so you just kind of like really get immersed in it. Yeah, it is. I think it's a super cool idea. We were talking just a minute ago about how there were like, because we went on a weekend, it was super crowded, and there's also like a lot of kids there at this time that were being quite rowdy and loud and whatnot. So definitely could have been a better experience at a different time. Communal foot water. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, I think they do, like, you know, make it somewhat clean like any pool would have to, but it really does feel like, okay. The beginning of it actually, so you start off walking in water. So, like, there's this waterfall at the end of this ramp, and so you have to initially walk through the water. And I have been told by, like, other, like, not been told, but I guess I looked up some information about this place online, and some people who have made videos about it are like, oh yeah, that initial bit of water, like that's full of more cleaning chemicals than like the later water, because they want you to walk through this one to get your feet washed, because you have to go through the whole exhibit barefoot. So I think they start you off in water to make sure everyone's feet are pretty clean before continuing. No, we're so happy you were able to enjoy such a long vacation in Japan. Yeah, the first 2 weeks of it were remote work, but the second 2 weeks, like, we went in hard with all the vacation stuff. So this is like, oh, Fran's right in front of it. This was Tokyo Station, like, on the ground floor.
You can continue. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get some water.
Oh, sure. So yeah, this is like the street perspective, and then we went up to a restaurant that was like higher up, and this was our view from the restaurant, so like that was pretty neat. This is the food that we had there. Right near Tokyo Station is Tokyo Palace, and we got some pictures kind of from the outside and stuff. Originally we were going to tour this the same way we did the Kyoto Palace, but it turns out like you actually have to have a reservation for a tour. Like, they only do the tour groups at certain times, and like it's very specific. You actually have to give your passport information and everything, so we kind of screwed that up. So we only got to walk around the outside, but it was still kind of neat to see. And then we finally made it to the Shibuya Scramble Crossing, like this late into our trip. We actually had planned to go before Halloween, but we accidentally went to Shibuya on like the weekend right before Halloween when everybody's partying and stuff. And as we got closer to where the Scramble Crossing is, we found like police barricades and whatnot, and we're like, oh, okay, what's going on? So we ended up just like obviously leaving the area because we couldn't go any further. And Fran looked it up in the news later, and apparently it's like this happens year after year where the partying around Halloween gets so crazy in Shibuya that they have to shut it down because people are being too rowdy. And we had no idea, and we just happened to be there the weekend right before Halloween. So we didn't get to go early in our trip when we were planning to. So we like made up for it later and came back. So this is right before we went scrambling for the first time. Well, my first time. Fran had been on a previous trip, and then this is the dog statue and some other like art of the same dog as well. Makes a lot of sense. Leave your shoes at the entrance to a whole new level. Yeah, and the art exhibition, definitely. Yeah, washing your feet. Don't want large tour groups tearing up the palace lawns. And I think there's still like actual political things that happen in here because the security on it was like a lot. I think that's why you have to give your passport information and everything for tours. So
I'm back.
Sounds like Devil's Night in Michigan. Welcome back, Fran.
Thank you.
I don't know what Devil's Night is, but sounds like it could be pretty rowdy and intense. Alright, so yeah, this was Shibuya, and then I think this was the same day. I think this was actually earlier in the day. We went to a place called Shirohige's Cream Puff Factory. I did not count this as a themed cafe because there was not like all-out themed decor, and they pretty much just have the cream puffs that are the little Totoro-style cream puffs, which are super cute. So we got a few of these. We shared them with a friend and got some pretty cool pictures. Like this one of it being cut down the middle and its eyes just split. I really like that photo. Again, no remorse. I love the cute stuff, but also just I don't mind devouring it. So this was another one of the way cuter looking and better looking than it tasted situations. We all, I think, kind of felt that the cream puffs were like a little dried out. They'd probably been made like hours earlier kind of thing. But it's always worth the cuteness for me. Some more Fwog statues, because we always have to keep track of all the Fwog statues. We're at 21 now. Posture check and stretchies. Thank you, Yuki. So we definitely got our fill of Fwogs while there. More food. These were some of the last things that we had when we were in Tokyo. So this was omu rice, the first time I ever had it, and this was really good. That looks like ketchup on there, but it's actually a tomato sauce, like plain tomato sauce. And I don't usually like scrambled eggs, or yeah, I guess it's kind of like scrambled eggs, because I don't really like the taste of egg yolk. I find it too sulfury usually, so it's kind of overpowering. But these eggs were so good. I keep telling everybody, to me, they tasted like butter. Like, Fran, I think you said that maybe they mix cream into the egg when they're beating it to make it like really creamy and fluffy, and it was really, really good. We got some honey toast to go with it. This was our last bowl of ramen that we had when we were in Tokyo. This is some hot pot that we had when we were there. This is one of those, like you can see the egg back here, where you just crack the egg, you beat it up, and then you're supposed to cook the meat in the hot pot and then dip it into the raw egg. So Fran did that version. Got a few fancy desserts at the hot pot place. Udon, curry, lots of good foods. Devil's Night is the day before Halloween. Oh, okay. Where lots of fires and general crime is partaken. Great. It's most popular in Detroit. Gotcha. I had never heard of that called Devil's Night before, but I guess it makes a lot of sense. Okay. All that food looks delicious. Out of all this, omu rice was the best. Then for me, it would be between ramen and hot pot. I think I was more a fan of the hot pot than Fran or our other friend who was there. Yeah. I liked it though.
You thought it was fine.
Also, I always say this, I'm all about the sauce, and they had the most amazing ponzu sauce I have ever had at this place, and I was just smothering all of my meat in the ponzu sauce, like, oh my god. So maybe it wasn't as good to everybody else because they don't care as much about sauces, but this curry was from a chain called Coco Curry, and I think it actually is pretty popular, and I have been told that it's one of the better curry chains, which is why we went there. But I found it like pretty meh. I don't know. It had better curry at other places, I think. So the same friend that we got hot pot with, we ended up going out to do a few different things with him. We went to a lantern festival that was happening that night. We got more taiyaki, which was really good. We also went to a gyoza place. We ended up going to this place twice with two different friends, but it was really good. Like, they specialize in gyoza. So this one, I'm gonna go this way. So this is like a fried gyoza. that had like a lot of onion and stuff. Like they had what's it called? Like caramelized onions on there, delicious. A lot of the way that they brought the flavor into the gyoza was through the wrapping. So this one was a ginger gyoza, but it's really yellow because they added like ginger to the actual wrapping itself. This one is just like a pan fried, like very traditional gyoza. Then this one we thought was squid ink, but it's actually black pepper gyoza, and they put a lot of black pepper in the wrap, and that was good. This one was a little bit out there. It was honey mustard, but I really enjoyed that one. And then this one was also delicious. It was like a katsu style of gyoza. So they took the whole gyoza and then put it in the katsu and fried it, and then they served its own katsu sauce. Like all of these, I would eat them all again. Probably I'd rank the pepper one the lowest.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But the rest I really, really liked. Honestly, I like the ginger one more than the original. I think, Fran, that you said that the ginger was like a little bit overpowering in this one for me, but I liked it better with more ginger compared to the original. Yeah. Taiyaki, put fish cake directly in my mouth. Yeah, this kind of fish cake I really like, but if it's actually a cake made out of fish, not so much. Blade BRB, no worries, we'll see you in a minute, Blade. Getting real close to the end. This is just some of like the few odds and ends pop culture-y things, like another Capcom store that we went to. Kamen Rider, I think Kate already left, but I took this photo because I was thinking of Kate whenever I saw this. Shonen Jump store with Luffy. Let's see if I can bring this one to better. This was a Hello Kitty train that we got to ride at one point, which was really fun. I loved having that decor. Keeps jumping around. And then this is when we got to go play Magic. So we originally weren't gonna go play, but then our friend that we hung out with this night, like doing the gyoza and everything, he was gonna be doing a Magic pre-release while he was there, and we're like, oh, so you have cards that are in English? And he's like, yeah, I was able to talk to the store and I got a pre-release kit in English. I can talk to them and like see if they have more for you as well. So he did that for us and like got us all set up with English pre-release kits and everything. And so Fran and I did it. And if anybody is not familiar with like Magic the Gathering, it's a card game, like a trading card game, and whenever there's new cards being released, they have an event called pre-release. So it's like the first time that the cards are played in an event, and you get 6 packs of sealed product, and from those 6 packs you have to make a 40 card deck, and then with your deck you play in 3 different rounds against 3 different people, and each round is best 2 out of 3. So this was like obviously a bit of a challenge playing against people who didn't speak much English, but I had a ton of fun with it. My first opponent like spoke a little bit of English. By this point I knew some like bare bones survival phrases of Japanese, so we were able to like have a teeny bit of communication on our own, and then heavily leaned on Google Translate. But the guy was just like such a good sport. I did end up winning that round, and he was like cracking jokes and stuff and just trying to be funny and whatnot. And so I had a really good time during my first round. And then my second round, because I won, I got paired with somebody else who won their first round, and this dude like knew what he was doing. Like, I play Magic very casually, but this guy like obviously had looked at all the cards beforehand, because Wizards does like release what cards are coming out, so that way you can have an idea before you go to the event. So he had obviously like looked at everything and knows really well how like Magic works, and was just playing so fast. He would like put down card after card and be like, I do that and I do that, and like this happens and blah blah blah, and like your thing's dead now. And I was just like, okay, like there is no time for pausing to like translate really or anything. And they give you a full hour to play best 2 out of 3. He had beat me best 2 out of 3 in 20 minutes. So I just got totally creamed in the second match. And then the third match, I actually ended up playing against a woman who I think was either from the UK or Scotland or something, but she and her husband were in Japan on her honeymoon. So that one we just spoke English the whole time, and she also had English cards, and so that one was much more relaxed. But yeah, overall I had a ton of fun. I guess I didn't ask like as much what your experience was like, Fran.
I played against tryhards. They were destroying me left and right. One of them accidentally told me the wrong ruling.
Oh yeah, I remember you told me that.
It was, I mean, it was fun, but it was, you know, it was a stressful fun, I guess.
Yeah, I think it was fun. Do you remember what deck he had? The guy that was doing really well, I think he had a dinosaur deck, like a red-green one. I remember because I thought like, okay, this guy is playing red. All I have to do is like stabilize. He is gonna run out of fuel, and then I can like maybe do something in the late game. But the problem was like he had all these dinosaurs, so he would be like, I don't know, doing a lot of damage early game, and then the dinosaurs would come out late game, and I was like, there's nothing I can do. So, but also I feel like I wasn't following along too well with everything that was happening, and I just, yeah, was like, okay, I guess, sure. So maybe if I had been
I die.
yeah, pretty much. I think it would have been different had I been playing against an English player with English cards, but I still think I would have lost for sure. Maybe I would have lasted longer than 20 minutes. You're talking about the fish cage made out of soy. Wait, 13 what? Back on this one with the taiyaki. Fish cage made out of soy, I don't know. I think it's fish-shaped pastry with various fillings. Yes, I think these ones we got custard fillings, like vanilla custard. It's really good. Cayman Rider, yeah! Blade, you missed the Gundam stuff earlier. This is actually our last slide of pictures before I have just a couple other little things at the end. So let me scroll up because I wanted to show you Blade. I did send most of these on your Discord, but all the Gundam photos. I wished you were here for this earlier, so here you go. Banish him to the Shadow Realm. I know, I wish I could have. You'll be doing that next month? Crushing people 13 with a dino deck. Light sent you a clip. Oh, she did. Oh, she did say she was gonna do that. That was sweet of her. But yeah, I was telling people, Blade, that the only reason I knew what a Haro was is because of you, and then I got my Haro plot, and I'm gonna put it together. And Chibi says she has one too, so I'm gonna make sure that she does hers as well. But I'm excited to do that little craft. Does it count as a craft? I don't know. So much unicorn. Yep. You're going to Japan and you're gonna play Magic. Okay. But you know way more Japanese. Can you play Magic with Japanese cards, 13? Are you that good? Now we can pop quiz her about Gundam. I can't say that I learned that much about Gundam from being at Gundam. So yeah, this is our last few photos. The only photo I have left this is sad Fran at the airport eating his last bit of sushi. And we overall ended our trip going to 5 different Poke Centers, 6 different themed cafes, and getting pictures with 21 different frog statues. And that's like different statues. Some of the statues had multiple frogs in them, so it's not technically a frog count, but it's a frog statue count, but close enough. It's adult Legos. Yeah, basically, I guess, the Gundams. You still maintain G Gundam needs more love. You have the card art memorized? Okay, so you'll be good then, 13. G Gundam. I don't know G Gundam. I'm sorry.
It's a boomer Gundam. Like, G Gun, damn it. You know?
Fran. Chibi Soap Fran.
Oh my god.
Okay, so the last couple things that I have are to see if you guys can guess our favorite things from the trip, or not everybody was here for all of it. So if anybody was here for all of it, feel free to make a guess. If not, you can guess based on what you saw. But also I wanted to see if Fran and I could guess each other's. But I did make Fran's for him, so I do know what his are. I only did it last night, but honestly,
do you?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do I remember? Like, I checked with him to make sure. I wasn't just like, yep, these are your favorites, Fran. Sorry if I'm wrong, but this is it. No, I was like, hey, are these your favorites? And he like helped me correct it a little bit. But yeah, so we're gonna do Fran's, and then afterwards we'll see if you guys can guess mine. So, first Fran. Fran, you're still our champ. Sad sushi or not? Aw. Look how sad he is. I like how in the background there's the cart as well. It's like free Wi-Fi Narita. That's the airport. Okay, so I think I do remember the food that, the top food, I think ended up being your sushi from your birthday. And I thought that we put, oh yeah. Actually, it was both your birthday because I put a top like meal excuse me, top meal food as well as top dessert. So I think Fran's were both from his birthday. The sushi was his top food, and then the anmitsu was his top dessert. I'm gonna reveal. Ta-da! Okay. So I got that. This is like such an awful quiz for me because it's just like, do you remember what you talked about last night? It's just, like, I obviously should remember. Okay.
I don't remember what we talked about last 30 minutes.
Topic. I have a feeling that all of Fran's food. Oh, by the way, I just realized you're putting this covering some of it. So it's top food, top experience, and then top themed cafe. Because we went to so many themed cafes. It's like, okay, which one's the best? So top experience, I know one of them was the barbecue that we did with our friends, like on the rooftop.
That was just so cool.
I think the other one might have been our tempura dinner. Is that? I remember yours was like all food. Yes. Okay, so tempura dinner and rooftop barbecue. And then themed cafe, I feel like this one's very obvious. Like how Fran and I were talking about it. Pokemon Cafe is obviously the best cafe, like by far. So
probably the only cafe that I might go again.
Yeah. When did I go again? Yeah, I'd go again because there's gonna be like a different costume, so I'd want to see it.
Yeah.
Oh, Light, you couldn't sleep. Oh, I'm sorry. Welcome back, friend. Hope we can put you to sleep soon, though. It's gotta be super late.
Quick, Lauren, be boring.
Be boring. I do have 2 pictures for the cafe because I wanted to put like favorite cafe food item and also like cafe ambiance / experience. And I do think that like the Gengar whole like hide the food or like where's the bread and then he comes out and he does a thing, like that's really, really good.
Damn,
and then
Lord.
I know you really liked
you got me.
Your job to be boring. Final Fantasy Cafe, that one was also very adorable though. I think that the drinks at Final Fantasy Cafe were top notch. Other than this one beats it out. Okay, so for mine, any guesses for my top food? I actually tried not to give too much away when I was talking to you guys. I was thinking about it. I was like, I can't gush about this too much because I want to see if they can guess. Yeah, not fish. That's correct. Not fish for my top food. I do have one dessert and one like main food item. Definitely mochi stuff. Actually, no, not mochi. Something else. Oh, should be so smart. Dun, 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 dun. The bread. It had to be the bread. Yeah.
That's what I would have
The
guessed
honey
too, the
toast.
bread.
It was so good. The butter. So the theme between these is butter because this one was covered in butter and I said the eggs taste like butter. So apparently I just like butter. But yeah, these are my top 2 things, the omu rice and the cube toast or honey toast or whatever. I loved them. You missed the omelet? Yeah. Sorry, like you were at a disadvantage. Ely's here. Ely, hello. Welcome in. Doing a bit of a lurk. A big ol' lurk. Oh. Well, thanks for being here lurking, Ely. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. Ely took me in on Thanksgiving this year because I was gonna be all by my lonesome. So we cooked together and hung out and it was really fun. Thanks for giving them a shout out, Chibi. Hope you're doing okay today, Ely. Okay, top experience. I have to think, do I even remember? Oh yeah, I remember what I put. I think this one's difficult. Fran, I kind of want to hear your guesses on this.
It's definitely Kinkakuji.
No, that was the Golden Palace. If anybody doesn't remember, that was like, it was so crowded. Super Mario. It's actually
Monkey
Super
Park.
Nintendo World. Not Monkey Park. I did think about putting it. And also not Mario. I think if Mario maybe had more than 2 rides, it could have been higher.
Omijingu.
No, not Omijingu either.
Okay. Fushimi
And
Inari.
there's 2 things. Chihaya Temple, that's Omijingu. Unfortunately, no. See, I think it's hard because I wouldn't even have expected it. And I think it's more that like I was in a really good mood that day and I just really liked the atmosphere of this place. Maybe a figure cafe? No.
Oh, the maid cafe we went to.
We did not go to a maid cafe, gosh darn it. Not Gundam either. So I'm just gonna scroll up to it because I don't want to reveal what the second thing is, and I was not smart enough to like cover them up separately. So my favorite, or one of my 2 favorite experiences was somewhere. I'm like squinting at the tiny thumbnails. It should be like right around here. There we go. Kyoto Palace.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
I don't know. I just thought it was so pretty. And again, like it was so wide open, not too many people there. And I just felt like super relaxed. And I don't know. I was enjoying learning about all the history as well. The children's zip line. Oh my God. Oh no. Not banging our butts on the while riding the zip line. Kind of right. Yeah, Light did say some sort of forest. There were a lot of trees here. It's a beautiful park. Now, I think the second one, chat does not have enough information to know this, but Fran, can you guess what my second favorite experience was?
We wouldn't have done a video or anything. Like they wouldn't have known about it.
It's not a video. We just didn't end up talking about it that much.
Really?
Yes. A fancy Japan toilet.
Those Japan toilets are great. I love them.
I will say, coming home and not having heated toilet seats, especially in winter, like,
Bruh,
that was a brutal time to come home, like, away from the heated seats. Like, if we had gone during summer, I probably wouldn't have cared, like, because I don't need my toilet seat to be hot in the summer, but yeah. There's some really cold seats that I sat on, like, in the airport as soon as I landed back in the US. You wouldn't talk about it, to be fair. The Halloween police action? No. Come on, Fran, think.
Think.
Stop. Like, it's something that we did multiple times, and we always stopped and did it.
Oh no! This is don't please
What?
don't tell me it's that.
What?
Is it capsule stores?
Yes.
Damn it.
Yes. I put gotchas on there. I love gotchas! They're so much fun!
She would spend, oh my God, I think we spent over $100 on stupid gotchas.
They're not stupid. They brought me joy.
You got gotcha'd.
I kept, every gacha comes with like a little piece of paper that tells you what are all the different things that you could have gotten out of the capsule, and I kept every single one from every gacha that we did. So I kind of want to like show you guys on Discord sometime, like all the gachas. I don't know how easy it would be to round them all up because I've kind of put them around as like different decorations, and some of them still using as keychains and stuff like that. But I got bitten by the gacha bug. So, but I don't know, I had a lot of fun, and not even just always getting the gachas, but just like looking around and seeing what there is, and all the miniatures are cute even if you don't buy them. Addicted to gacha confirmed. Yeah, pretty much. You like it, but also rip. The bread one is pretty cute. Yeah, I love that this was my first one. Okay, you guys did get a little sneak peek of the cafes, but favorite food cafe item, and favorite experience. I will reveal, I guess, favorite experience because, oh shoot. Oh no, I went the wrong way, I spoiled it. Where is it?
Bruh.
Wait.
None of them, they all sucked.
I think I deleted it.
So
Look,
bad.
there it is. Okay, I'll just reveal. I've messed this up so badly. So favorite experience, obviously Pokemon Cafe. Oh, my avatar is blocking it. Perfect. Favorite experience was Pokemon Cafe. Favorite food, surprisingly, Star Ocean hamburger steak. because
This is
I
so
got
dumb.
so many hamburger steaks at all these stupid themed cafes, and
She
and these
became
are
a
like not
connoisseur.
desserts, by the way. Like I think probably the Kirby car cake would beat it out, but this one's kind of funnier as well. But I had so many hamburger steaks in Japan. This was the only one that was cheese filled, and it was actually pretty good. And then literally the next day, I was kind of like, I want another one of those cheese filled hamburger steaks. Like I was
Bruh.
actually craving it at one point. So
Bruh.
those are my favorites. Those are my tops. Yep. It won't stop. Oh no, what's going on? Your screen just turned on smart image off. Don't know what you're looking at. Turn it off. Won't stop. Oh god, I'm sorry, Light. Star Ocean, the second steak. Yep. Yeah, so that was our trip, and those were our favorite things. I feel like probably some of the biggest tips that I have is if you're able to go there for a longer amount of time, try to plan and do things that sound more touristy, not on the weekends. Like that's something that we didn't really pay attention to whenever we were planning. It was just like, oh, what day do we have time, without like super considering what day other people also had time. So yeah, that's one of the big things. I've got a few other things I think I wrote down about like tips for traveling in Japan. I don't remember them off the top of my head right now, but we can talk about them another time, I think. This is fun. Yeah, thank you guys for allowing me to talk this long about our trip. I mean, we were there for quite a while, and so I feel like I guess we had a lot to say about it. But also, I was thinking of you guys the entire time, and I wanted to share everything with you, and I did my best to post pictures while we were gone, but like just the time alone it took to get all the pictures together and send them, like that was already, I was exhausted by the end and just had to go to sleep. So I feel like I sent a lot of pictures with no context to you guys, and we're just like, you know, blah, here's everything, but didn't really get to tell any stories. So I'm super glad that we were able to take the time to do this, and that Fran so kindly joined us as well.
Oh.
Thanks for being here, our guest star. Thanks so much for the fun, you two. Yeah, thanks for being here, Light. I'm sorry that you weren't able to sleep. Hopefully, the sleepy bug hits you soon. Behave, Light's monitor, yeah. Amazing recap on everything. Aurora and Fran, thanks so much for sharing. We missed you and are glad you had such a great time. Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, thank you again, like I said, for being willing to sit here and listen to all of our stories. I am super excited to get back into streaming. Obviously, the holidays are coming up, so there's probably gonna be some like wonkiness in the stream schedule just because of like holidays and maybe some travel and things like that. I'm gonna try my best to like stick to the schedule that we had previously. So like the Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, but obviously this week's already different because I'm streaming on Tuesday, and I am planning on it being tomorrow. Thursday, I've actually been invited to guest on Leo's stream. So if we want to do another shout out for Leo, we could do that. I have to think his whole username. Omega Leonidas. Are there numbers in it as well? Uh-oh. 9001. Wow, Chibi, you did so good. Thank you. Thanks for giving Leo a shout out. So yeah, so I'll be on there for a little bit on Thursday, and then Friday I want to stream. I'm gonna see if I can figure it out, but my work's Christmas party is actually on Friday, or holiday party or whatever. And it starts at 7 p.m. So I don't think streaming starting at 5:30 is gonna work, but they also told us that we could get off of work early that day because they're like, oh, I'm sure people need to go home and change and get ready for the party. And I'm like, yeah, that's definitely what I need to spend my time doing. So I might get off a little early, start stream early on Friday, and then end at like 6:30 or something like that, and still make it to the party in time. So I'll have to keep you guys updated, but at least tomorrow this week should be a normal stream time. I'm still figuring out what I'm gonna do because Kate and I did talk about playing Kirby together, And I guess there are 2 other open slots, which I didn't consider if people want to join us. I know Yuki mentioned it earlier, so that's a potential. But I feel like it's kind of a lot to get like ready and planned for already tomorrow. So we might have to start Kirby next week, and I'll think of something else for the rest of this week. That way it'll give us a little bit more time to plan and make sure our schedules line up and everything. But I definitely want to share with you guys like everything that happened since getting home from Japan, because like I said, my life.
Do you have slides for that, or?
No, I'm not gonna do another slideshow. Oh my gosh. Don't feel pressured. Thank you. Yeah, thanks you guys for being understanding about Friday. I want to. Like, that's the thing, is I want to. It's not pressure. It's like my own internal desire to do that. But if it doesn't work out with my schedule and it's way too hectic, like I'm not gonna force it. So yeah, we'll see what happens, and I'll keep you guys updated. But yeah, like work has been a lot, and the saga with my house, literally everything in my house only just got fixed like yesterday. Like that's when the maintenance workers finished up, and then I have been doing a lot of cleaning, and I finally finished like the last bit of cleaning from that disaster actually this morning before work. So like nothing has been normal around here for so long, and I do want to go through and talk to you guys about it. So yeah, and I think it would be fun to go through like a lot of the stuff that I got from Japan, but I might be more comfortable doing that on Discord. I don't know yet. So lots of ideas and whatnot. So yeah, we got too many things to catch up on because a 2-month break is too long. But tonight was definitely good, and I had so much fun coming back and hanging out with everybody. Work parties can get involved. No rush on Friday. Thank you, North. Legit can't exit this. Light, I'm sorry. I don't know what's happening with your monitor. Eagerly awaiting more Game Boy and GameCube streaming goodness. Me too. I want to get back into all that. It's been a while since I've played like any video games, because stream became like my main way of playing through games. Like it kept me on a schedule, you know, to actually get stuff done. And looking back at my list, I'm like, man, I've played through so many games in the last few years, and now like I haven't hardly even touched my like Switch or any other console in 2 months. So I'm very, very excited to start playing some games too. But I do think we need to get wrapped up for the night. We've been through all the pictures and it's already almost 10 o'clock. So
Oh boy.
yeah, definitely time to start winding down and get ready for bed. So I guess it's time for me to like pull up and Twitch and see if there's anybody to raid. It's been so long since I've gotten to do that. I don't even know, like, are people still streaming at the same times?
It's also Tuesday, so
yeah, it is Tuesday. I don't normally get to raid on Tuesday anyway. Tauntaun is on playing some Animal Crossing. That could be a really nice like raid to go with on my first stream back. Fran, do you want to say goodnight to everybody? Because I think your little your pudding in your voice, I don't think will be on the goodbye screen.
Well, thank you all for coming. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah, there's so much that was left out that we didn't talk about, but you know what? What do you mean?
Oh my god.
Yeah, there's so much that we left out. Like, for example, the Kobe bathroom disaster of 2023. It's quite a joy. Anyways, that's a story for another day.
Oh my god.
Catch you all later.
Good night, Fran. Okay,
Night.
I'm gonna go to the thanks for coming screen to see you guys out for the night. There we are. Oh man. This was so much fun, you guys. Thanks for being here with me. Thanks for giving me such an amazing, warm welcome back to stream. This was definitely just what I needed. Yeah, I missed you guys all so much, and everybody was just too sweet tonight. And I'm very, very happy to be hanging out with you guys on the regular again. We're gonna have so many fun games to play through and everything. We love you all. I love you guys too. So, like I said, I think it'll be nice to go ahead and raid Tauntaun tonight. He is just always like one of the coziest, you know, he's playing some Animal Crossing. I think that will be a good way to round off the night. Hopefully it can help Light get to sleep, maybe with some of that coziness. So yeah, okay. Like I said, I'll be back on tomorrow. I definitely think I can make that happen. And then Friday, I will keep you guys updated. Have a great one, everybody. Get some good sleep, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm so happy that I get to say that. All right, I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.